Yeah, that's so. See. But essentially, it's wow. Are you actually ready? Sure. It's this piece together. It's just
This honorable court is now in session and sits before the Honorable Justice Tara Reed Carr, our honorable assessors, Ms. Tamara Merchant and Mr. Leonard Green. Please be seated. Mr. Baldi, can you please stand? Mr. John Baldi, you are charged on behalf of our sovereign king with the offense of murder. The particulars of this offense are that you, John Baldi, on the second day of January 2023 in Riverside District in the parish of St. John, murdered Dread Man. How say you, Mr. John Baldi? Are you guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Members of the jury, please stand.
The accused can be seated.
Yes. Have you selected a foreman? Madam Foreman and members of the jury, the prisoner at the bar, Mr. John Baldi, stands indicted on a charge of murder. The particulars are that on the second day of January 2023 in Riverside District in the parish of St. John, murdered Dread Man. To this indictment, he have pleaded not guilty, and it is your charge, therefore, having heard the evidence, to say whether he be guilty or not guilty.
My lady, if it may please the court, my name is Shane Muggleson, and I appear along with my co-counsel, Martina Magalaj, on behalf of the crown. We are instructed by Mr. Cavill Sylvester and Ms. Chelsea Lawrence.
Can I get
learned-
your last name again, please, counsel?
Shane Munglesing, Mungalsingh.
Thank you. Yes.
My learned friends, Mr. Valentino Bo, Mr. Delano Horton, appear for the defense. They are instructed by Mr. LeVar Ferguson and Ms. Deborah Thompson in this matter.
Yes, sir.
My lady, if it pleases you, the Crown would like to open its case.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies of the jury, this is not a game. Today, you will see what happens when things get real. When the action of one man turns a night of fun and games into something deadly. Today, we are here because the accused, Mr. John Baldi, has been charged with the murder of Dread Man on the night of the 2nd of January, 2023. It does not get more real than that. Ladies of the jury, because of what happened that night, you must now play a role yourselves. You will hear the witnesses and you will see the evidence. And you must decide who was playing for fun and who was playing for real. And who came to joke and who made things serious. We, the Crown, must set the board for you. We have the burden of proving to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that John Baldi murdered Dreadman at the Love Money restaurant and bar on the night of the 2nd of January, 2023. This means that we must make you sure, beyond a reasonable doubt, that John Baldi murdered Dreadman. The defense has no burden of proving anything to you in this case. The accused has the right to silence and enjoys the presumption of innocence, which means that he is guilty until he is innocent until we prove him guilty. And what are we saying he's guilty of? Well, I want you to remember the 3 Ps. That is, that John Baldi planned, premeditated, and put the deceased in place. We will put the pieces and players into position for you, and you must decide if they all line up. So, ladies of the jury, let me set the scene for you that fateful night. The games begin at the Love Money restaurant and bar in the town of Riverside. Miss Mary Love Money, the owner of the Love Money bar, was hosting a round robin. She sets up 4 tents outside of a bar and puts some extra lights around the place. Music is playing People from all over Riverside are there, cracking jokes, enjoying dominoes, enjoying the vibes. But ladies of the jury, it is now time for me to introduce the players. Dreadman, the Joker, comes onto the scene. And it's no surprise that he was there. And I'm sure that we all know that one Joker. In Trinidad, we call him a kicksman. But I feel the more universally accepted term is a class clown. And you see, Dreadman was that person in the town of Riverside. He was a man who loved his jokes and loved his dominoes. So of course, Dreadman was there at the Love Money that night. His distant cousin, Henry Fassman, was also there to play some dominoes, much like many other people there that night. And the games were on. But someone else was there that night, a man who does not play, because he was not there to play dominoes. And that man is John Baldy. And while everyone was playing for fun, Mr. Baldy was playing for keeps. You will hear that the Joker, Dreadman, was playing his usual role that night. He was making jokes with everyone, including the accused Mr. Baldy. He was telling him to go for drinks, making jokes about his empress. It was all fun and games to Mr. Dreadman, but not to Mr. Baldy. That night, Mr. Baldy was not in the mood to play. Ladies of the jury, you will hear different accounts of what happened next, but some things will remain the same. You will hear that a fight broke out between Dreadman and John Baldy, and John Baldy pulled out a knife. John Baldy made it home safely, and Dreadman died. The fun and games were over. The Crown will call 2 witnesses to prove its case. Our first witness, Mr. Henry Fassman, he was not there when the fight began. He was at the bar when he heard a loud commotion and rushed over to see what was going on. As he got closer, he saw 2 men tussling, Dreadman and Mr. Baldy. He heard someone say, "You're going dead now," and so said, so done. Mr. Fassman saw John Baldy armed with a knife, attacking Dreadman, stabbing him in his chest region. He saw John Baldy run off, leaving Dreadman to fall to the floor, clutching his chest. Mr. Fassman then took Dreadman to the hospital, where he unfortunately died. The Crown will then call its next witness, Detective Sergeant Rosalie Brown, the officer who is in charge of this investigation. You will hear that she obtained a search warrant for John Baldy's residence. She went to his home and asked him about the killing of Dreadman and cautioned him. You will hear that the accused admitted to using the knife against Dreadman that night. He then gave her the knife and the clothing he was wearing that night. She carefully handled and collected these evidence and later took them to the National Forensic Laboratory for analysis. You will see both these pieces of evidence as the trial progresses. After her first encounter with Mr. Baldy, Detective Sergeant Brown visited the incident scene. Another officer, Corporal Luke Watson, was in charge of the scene at that point. Detective Sergeant Brown later took statements from Mr. Henry Fassman and Miss Pristine Mann, who is the sister of the deceased. She then took Mr. Fassman to the scene, and she made sure that he pointed out exactly where everything happened. Her investigation did not stop there. She went to the St. John's Hospital, and where Dreadman passed away. She made inquiries to the medical staff about his death. Sergeant Brown then took Mr. Fassman and Miss Pristine Mann to the morgue to identify the deceased body. She noted the wounds across Dreadman's chest. Finally, Sergeant Brown went back to John Baldy's home and arrested and charged him with the murder of Mr. Dreadman. Ladies of the jury, I told you that we must put the pieces into position for you. Our first piece is an illustration of the incident scene at the Love Money restaurant and bar. It was done by Detective Corporal Luke Watson, who specializes in crime scene analysis. His visual representation, based on the layout of the tents and witness accounts, will show you where the lights were, the bar, and the domino tent were located. It can assist you in visualizing where everything happened and who saw what. Finally, the Crown will place its last piece in the center of the board. The post-mortem examination of Dreadman's body, done by Dr. Maximus McMillan, You will listen carefully to this report, as it will show you that the stabbing did in fact occur. Now, ladies of the jury, there is no dispute that there was a fight that night. There is no dispute that Dreadman was stabbed. There is no dispute that he died. The defense may want to suggest that John Baldy was defending himself or that he was provoked by Dreadman and therefore did not intend to kill Dreadman. The Crown is saying to you that this was a planned, premeditated attack on Dreadman by John Baldy. The Crown must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Baldy intended to kill or cause grievous bodily harm to Dreadman that night. John Baldy planned this attack. He planned his defense, and now he's playing a game of dominoes in this court. Madam Forewoman, I ask that you listen carefully, members of the jury, I ask that you listen carefully to all of the evidence in this case, both the Crown's evidence and the defense evidence. We will lay our pieces on the board for you, and you will have to use your common sense and experience as adults in this society to decide whether the dominoes line up, whether the Crown has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will decide whether the dominoes fall today.
Thank you, Counsel.
My lady.
Call your first witness.
My lady,
You
if I
have
may,
documents that are agreed?
yes, my lady, if I may crave your indulgence for one.
Yes, Counsel.
My lady, permission to proceed. Grateful, my lady, pursuant to Section 31CA of the Evidence Act as amended, Counsel for the Crown and Counsel for Defense has formally agreed to admit several items of evidence.
Yeah.
Pursuant to this application, the Crown has prepared a list of items. The postmortem report, if that may be tendered and exhibited as one.
Yes.
The statement of Detective Corporal Luke Watson to be tendered and exhibited as two.
Yes.
The sketch prepared by Corporal Luke Watson tendered and exhibited as three.
Yes.
The certificate of analysis reference number 0005 of 2023 to be tendered and exhibited as four.
Yes.
The certificate of analysis reference number 0006 of 2023 to be tendered and exhibited as five.
Yes.
The knife collected and placed into the evidence bag tendered and exhibited as six.
Yes.
And the evidence bag containing one white t-shirt and one blue jeans collectively marked as 7, 7A, and 7B. Please, my lady.
Very well.
My lady, this completes the formal admissions. And with your leave, the Crown would like to call its first witness, Mr. Henry Foster.
Very well. Thank you. And they're sworn. The witness has been sworn, so you can go ahead, Counsel.
Grateful, my lady. Good afternoon, sir. I'm going to ask you some questions, and I would like you to speak as loudly and as clearly as you can so that members of the jury can hear you. Please keep an eye on the lady's pen since she will be taking notes.
Okay.
Could you please state your name?
Henry Fassman,
And how old are you?
40 years old.
Where do you live, Mr. Passman?
I live in Riverside District, St. John's,
And how long have you lived there?
all my life.
Mr. Fassman, do you recall the 2nd of January 2023?
Yes,
And where were you on that day at around 8 p.m.?
I was at Mary's Love Money Restaurant and Bar on Back Road.
And why were you there that night?
I was attending a round
Counsel,
robin.
counsel, would you invite the witness to speak up more loudly and more clearly? Please.
Certainly.
You have charge of the witness.
So speak loudly and clearly so that everyone can hear you.
Okay.
Can you explain what a round robin is?
A round robin is where other bar owners come together and support one specific bar owner on that night,
And how often would these bars host a round robin?
once per month.
And how did you become aware of this round robin on the 2nd of January 2023?
I saw posters and I'm also a member of the round robin committee.
What time did you arrive at the Love Money restaurant and bar?
8 p.m.
And how many people were there when you arrived?
About 30 persons.
Would you be able to give us a layout of the premises?
Yes.
If you were to see a sketch of the Love Money restaurant and bar on the 2nd of January, would you be able to identify these areas?
Yes, I would.
My lady, may the witness please be shown exhibit marked 3.
Yes.
Grateful, my lady.
Yes.
Sir, can you tell us what you see?
This is a pictorial representation of what the restaurant and bar look like on the night of the round robin.
Could you point out places for us? Could you describe what you see?
There is a two-story structure.
Excuse me, I can't see, could it be tilted to where I could see as well, please?
The two-story structure at the back is where the restaurant and bar is at the bottom and Mary's house is at the top. The 4 tents were there. The table right there is where the dominoes were being played, and under those tents were lights. Those four things at the top are flood lamps that illuminated the entire area, and over there is a bar.
My lady, for the record, the witness has identified the exhibit marked 3.
Yes, counsel.
So, Mr. Fossman, what, if anything, did you do at around 8 p.m.?
When I arrived at the round robin, I went to the domino table.
And what did you do at the domino table?
I was there watching a game of domino that was being played.
And who was playing this game of dominoes?
Jerry, Bentley, and Bosie.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do after that?
I was there, then I later went to the bar to grab a drink.
And how far was the bar from the domino table?
About 30 meters.
What, if anything, did you do after going to the bar?
I got a drink.
And after you got this drink, what did you do next?
I noticed there was a commotion at the domino table.
And what, if anything, did you do after hearing this commotion?
I tried to move hastily towards the domino table to see what was happening.
And what, if anything, did you do after you moved hastily towards the domino table?
When I was moving hastily, as I got closer, I realized there were 2 men tussling.
And who were the 2 men tussling?
John Baldy and Dreadman.
And who is Dreadman?
Dreadman is a distant cousin on my father's side and a friend.
And who is Mr. Baldy?
John Baldy and I went to secondary and primary school, and he's also a member of the community and we do carpenter work from time to time.
And if you were to see Mr. Baldy again, would you be able to recognize him?
Yes, I would.
Do you see Mr. Baldy in court today?
Yes.
Can you point him out for us?
He's a gentleman over there in the blue shirt and the glasses.
My lady, for the record, the witness has identified the accused, Mr. John Baldy.
Yes.
So you mentioned a Dreadman. What did Mr. Dreadman do for a living?
He does a little bit of fishing.
And what type of person was he?
He was a jokester, loved to chat up him out, jovial person.
And you said that he would chat up his mouth.
Yes.
Did you hear him chatting up his mouth on the 2nd of January 2023?
Yes.
What, if anything, did he say?
We were at the domino table and he was mouthing Baldy to say that if he knew who was the father of the child that his girlfriend was carrying.
Could you say that a little more clearly, please?
He was at the domino table mouthing Baldy as it relates to who was the father of the child that his girlfriend was carrying.
And when you say mouthing, what do you mean?
He was just running jokes with him.
And how many times did you hear Mr. Dreadman make those jokes to Mr. Baldy?
Numerous times throughout the course of the night.
And where was he making those jokes?
At the domino table.
And how many people were present at that time when he was making those jokes?
7 persons, including me.
And how many of them were from Mr. Baldy's district?
All of us are from the same district.
And when Mr. Dreadman was teasing Mr. Baldy, what was Mr. Baldy's reaction?
At first, he seemed a bit bothered, but eventually he just looked like it didn't matter.
And you said you were at the domino table.
Yes.
What can you tell us about the domino game being played?
The losers would buy the winners drinks.
And when you observed the domino game, did you see the drinks the players were having?
Yes.
What were they drinking that night?
Rum and Coke.
So let's go back to when you heard the loud commotion.
Yes.
You said you were going closer towards the commotion.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you notice when getting closer?
I noticed that Baldy and Dreadman were in a tussle.
And how far were you at that point?
About 12 to 15 meters away.
And what, if anything, did you do after recognizing Dreadman and Mr. Baldy?
I tried to move hastily towards them.
And what, if anything, happened after you moved hastily towards them?
I heard somebody say, "You're going dead now."
Did you hear who said that?
No.
What direction did it come from?
It came from the tussle between the two men.
Did you? My lady, may I have one? If I may crave your indulgence, may I have one moment, please?
Certainly.
Yes. Grateful, my lady. As you were moving closer, were there any obstructions?
No.
And what distance were you at that point?
I was still moving towards them to less than the 15 to 12 meters that I mentioned.
And you said you knew both Dreadman and Mr. Baldy.
Yes.
As far as you knew, what sort of relationship did Mr. Dreadman and Mr. Baldy have?
They were not friends.
And what kind of person did you know Mr. Baldy to be?
Quiet person, not the type of person I trusted.
Were you friends with Mr. Baldy?
No.
What was his occupation?
He was a carpenter.
So you said moments ago, someone said you're going dead now as you were moving towards the tussle.
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you observe?
I observed Baldy swinging and stabbing at Dreadman's chest area with a knife.
My lady, may the witness please be allowed to stand and demonstrate the motions here,
Certainly.
Mr. Fassman. Grateful, my lady. How long did this tussle take place?
I don't know how long it lasted.
And what, if anything else, did you see after the stabbing and swinging motion?
I saw John Baldy run off
What direction did John Baldy run off in?
towards the exit.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I shouted at him to ask what happened,
And why did you ask him that?
because I could not tell what had transpired.
What, if anything, did you notice about Mr. Baldy's demeanor while he was running away?
He seemed calm.
And what was Mr. Baldy wearing at that time?
A white shirt and blue jeans.
What, if anything, did you notice about his clothing?
Was perfectly fine.
What, if anything, did Mr. Dreadman do at that time?
He shouted to me and said, "Is a look at the boy give me with him like a knife."
And when he said this, what, if anything, did you do?
I was still going towards him and he stepped off and fell.
And what, if anything, did he say at that time?
Him said the boy stabbed me because I breed him woman come carry me go hospital.
Could you repeat that, please?
Him said the boy stabbed me because I breed him woman come carry me go hospital.
And who was the boy he was referring to, as far as you were aware?
John Baldy.
And the woman,
Objection, my lady, that's speculation. He never made mention of who said it. He just said that the deceased said it. He never made mention who the deceased was referring to.
Yeah. Yes, counsel, what's your response to the objection?
my lady, in terms of the context of it, I would say that it forms part of the res gestae.
But did he call a name?
No, my lady.
Yeah. So objection is upheld. Yes, counsel.
Guided, my lady.
Yes.
Mr. Fossman, what was Redman's condition at that time?
He was bleeding from his chest.
And what, if anything, did you,
Objection, my lady. The witness is not an expert. How does he know that the deceased was bleeding from his chest?
Yes, counsel, your response?
my lady, would be very clear from his observation that the deceased would have been bleeding at that time. He was the individual who took the deceased to the hospital.
Very well, counsel. Go ahead.
Grateful, my lady.
Yeah.
What was the condition of Mr. Dreadman at that time?
He was bleeding from his chest.
And what, if anything else, did you do after?
I shouted to my friend Chester for help to take him to put him in the car,
Put him in the car to go to do what?
to take him to the hospital.
And did you in fact take him to the hospital?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do at the hospital?
They took him and they brought him in the emergency room.
Mr. Fossman, do you recall the 5th of January, 2023?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do on that day?
I went to Heavenly Gate Funeral Home and Morgue
And why did you go to the morgue that day?
to identify Dreadman's body.
Do you recall the 6th of January, 2023, Mr. Fossman?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do on that day?
I went to the police station
And why did you go to the police station?
to make a report.
Thank you, Mr. Fossman. Please remain seated as my learned friends will now have some questions for you. My
Okay.
lady, if it pleases you, this is the extent of my examination. of the
Thank you,
witness.
counsel. Cross-examination.
Good day, my lady. My
Yes,
name
counsel.
is Delano Horton. I act on behalf of the defense and I will be cross-examining Mr. Henry Fosman.
Could you repeat your
Repeat your
name,
name.
please?
Yes, sorry.
My apologies. Delano Horton.
Horton. Yes, counsel.
My lady, would you leave may I proceed?
Yes, go ahead, counsel.
Much obliged. Mr. Fosman, would you consider yourself a skilled mason?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider yourself a great fisherman in Jamaica?
Yes, sir.
You take pride in your work, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is because you have to take care of your family, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fosman, this may be obvious, but you value family above anything else, correct?
My lady, objection. What is the relevance of where counsel is going?
Yes, what's your response, counsel?
But lady, I am just trying to draw a picture. This is cross-examination. I have a wide frame to ask
Not
questions.
that wide, though. It still must be relevant to the issue before the.
But lady, I can assure you that it is quite relevant to where I'm leading.
I'll give you a few minutes, counsel. Go ahead.
That's well, much obliged. Mr. Fosman, isn't it true that the round robin consists of all but one bar closing?
Could you please repeat the question?
The round robin, every bar in the neighborhood would close but one, correct?
The bars of the persons who are part of the circuit, yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that the purpose of this is for the bars to support one another, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that all the clients of the other bars would be in attendance of the round, wherever the round robin is being held?
Yes, for those who can attend.
Thank you. So the round robin is a big celebration, correct?
It's a planned event, yes.
Mr. Fosman, I'm going to ask you a series of questions and a yes or no would be suffice. Counsel would,
My lady, objection, he cannot limit, my learned friend cannot limit the witness to yes or no questions if they require explanation.
What's your response, counsel?
yes, my lady, while I do believe that I can limit the witness, it is the prosecution's job to clarify that and re-examination.
You intend to ask questions or you intend to make suggestions?
Suggestions, a little of both, my lady.
A little of both.
Yes,
Very well,
ma'am.
counsel. Go ahead.
Much obliged. You mentioned that there was about 30 persons upon your arrival at the round robin. You stayed the entire time of the party, correct?
I stayed up until the time the incident happened. Yes.
Thank you. And would you say that it was more persons that arrived or less than 30? My apologies.
Not sure what is the question. Can you please repeat?
Yes, I'll refrain. My apologies. Would you say that it was less than or more than 30 persons as the night went on?
More than 30 persons.
And in your rough estimate, how much persons would you consider have been there?
My lady,
I would-
objection, this question has been asked and answered.
Yes, I agree. Yes, counsel.
My lady, while it was asked how much persons were there upon his arrival, it wasn't asked how much persons were there throughout the entire night. So he could have came there at 8 p.m., like he said, and he witnessed 30 persons. But however, at 8:30, it could have been 150 persons.
And you can ask him about 8:30.
Much obliged, I'm guided.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bosman, the incident happened around what time?
Around 10 p.m.
And would you say 9 p.m. would be in between that? So how much persons do you think was at the round robin around 9 p.m.?
I was not counting.
So you magically knew it was 30 when you entered, but you wasn't counting.
I gave an estimated number. I did not give a definitive number.
Can you please give an estimated number for 9?
My lady, the witness has answered this question. He said he was not keeping track of how many people entered the premises. I don't see the relevance of this line of questioning.
Yes, counsel.
My lady, I will move on. Isn't it true, Mr. Fosman, that you attended the round robins with your friends?
I attended by myself and I saw persons there that I knew.
My lady, with your leave, subject to section 16 and 17 of the Evidence Act, can I? Sorry? My apologies. My lady, sorry, my apologies. I'll continue. Mr. Posman, did you take a police statement, a witness statement with the police?
Yes.
And would you be able to identify such statement if you were to see it again?
Yes.
How would you be able to identify such statement?
It bears my signature.
My lady. My lady, with your leave, may the witness be shown his witness statement dated what? Dated the 6th of January. Dated the 6th of January, 2023.
I think you're ahead of yourself, counsel.
I'm guided, my lady.
Yeah.
Mr. Posman, you mentioned that upon arrival, you went straight to the domino game, correct?
Yes.
Did you not have any drinks?
No.
Isn't it true, Mr. Posman, that you had more friends that you meted and greeted with throughout the night?
My lady, objection. What is the relevance again of this line of questioning?
My lady,
Counsel.
the relevance it adds up to the bigger story. I'm just trying to build up the foundation.
Can move
Speed it
along
up.
to the story. Yes.
That's wild. Right here. Mr. Posman, how would you describe the atmosphere of the round robin on the night in question?
It was chilled. It was a good vibes. up until the incident happened.
Mr. Fosman, you would say that the music matched the vibes, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Fosman, you attended the round robin. If you were shown a setup of the round robin, of the Love Money restaurant and bar, would you be able to identify it?
I identified that earlier.
Yeah, but that was during the, thank you.
Yes, I can identify it again.
Milady, with your leave, may the witness be shown exhibit 3.
Yes, certainly.
Mr. Fosman, can you show us where did you enter the Love Money restaurant and bar?
The gate over that side behind the tent at the top.
Milady, permission for the witness to stand up and point, please.
Certainly.
Entrance right here.
Mr. Fosman, would you say that upon arrival, you were able to have, yes, you may, my apologies. Would you say upon arrival, you were able to hear the music
Yes, I was at the entrance of the venue.
and you heard the music?
Yes, I was at the entrance of the
Thank
venue.
you. Just give me a second. Mr. Fosman, you mentioned that you knew John Baldy and Dreadman, correct?
Yes,
And you mentioned that Dreadman is your cousin, correct?
yes, my distant cousin on my father's
Thank
side.
You mentioned that you knew John Baldy, correct?
We're from the same community and we work together.
Yes or
and
no,
went
Mr.
to school.
Fosman?
Yes,
Thank you. Isn't it true that John Baldy has always been a quiet man in your view?
he's a silent person, yes.
In all the years, have you ever seen John Baldy become violent with anybody before the incident?
I have limited interactions with him more than in the past and at work, so I cannot speak to that.
Mr. Fosman, I don't think you properly heard me. I asked, in your view, with your perspective of Mr. Baldy, your interactions with him, have you ever seen him become violent?
As I said before,
Yes or no, Mr. Fosman?
no.
Thank you, Mr. Fosman. You would consider Mr. Baldy to be a peaceful individual, correct?
I don't have that much interaction with him to speak to his character. I can
Well,
say
Mr.
that
Fosman,
he's,
you stated that you've known John Baldy from primary school, was it? First grade? And you are now 41 years old and you still have interactions
40
with,
years old.
thank you, 40 years old and you still have interactions with Mr. Baldy. Is that not enough to answer the question?
No, I don't have that much. I don't have that type, interaction with him. I can speak to that.
Yes or no, Mr. Fosman? No? Yes?
I'm not sure which of the questions you want me to answer, yes or no to.
You would consider Mr. Baldy to be a peaceful individual, correct?
My lady, objection. The witness has already asked and answered this line of questioning.
Yes, asked and answered.
Much obliged, my lady. You claim that Dreadman was joking with Baldy, correct?
Yes, everybody was at the table, yes.
Yeah,
and they
yes
were
or no,
joking.
Mr. Fosman? That's enough. Thank you. Mr. Fosman, can you say how long in your estimation was your cousin Dreadman joking with Mr. John Baldy?
They were gimmicking at the domino table throughout the night.
And so you witnessed it. You witnessed it the entire night, how he was joking with, how John Baldy, Mr. Dreadman was joking with John Baldy, correct?
Yes,
How many times did you see Mr. John Baldy physically respond to your cousin, Mr. Dreadman?
I'm not sure what you're referring to as physically respond. Could you
Alright.
explain?
I'll clarify. How much times did you see Mr. Baldy, in fact, respond to the deceased when he was being joked with?
Respond in terms of?
In terms of anything, Mr. Fosman, did he respond?
Can I have an example of what you mean by respond?
Mr. Fosman, well, you said you went first to 12th grade. I would think that you understand what respond means.
My lady, objection. My learned friend cannot speak to the witness like that.
Yes, counsel, you have to be respectful of the witness. He's asking you to explain what it is that you mean. That word has several meanings depending on context.
I am guided, my lady.
Certainly, sir.
Mr. Baldy. Mr. Fosman, my apologies. Have you ever seen Mr. John Baldy physically attack your cousin before the incident?
No,
On the night in question, when he was joking with him, when Dreadman was joking with Mr. Baldy, have you ever seen him attack Mr. Dreadman? Him as in Mr. Baldy. Has Baldy ever attacked Dreadman?
I just answered that question a while ago before.
Yes or no, Mr. Fosman?
I just answered that
Yes
question
or no, Mr.
before,
My lady,
and I said
the
no.
question has been asked and answered.
Yeah.
What was that? Wait. Mr. Fosman, you said that you cannot say who started the fight, correct?
Yes,
And that was because your back was turned at the bar, correct?
that was because I was at the bar getting a drink.
Yes or no?
Yes, I was at the bar getting a drink.
Thank you, Mr. Fosman. Mr. Fosman, I put it to you that you could have not heard you're going dead now because you were too far from the fight.
I heard because I was
Yes
close
or
enough
no,
to hear.
Mr. Fosman?
I heard because I
Yes
was
or no,
close enough
Mr.
to hear.
Fosman? Yes or no, Mr. Fosman?
I was close enough
lady.
to hear.
May
Yes,
you
Mr.
please-
Fosman, he's asking you a simple question.
Thank
Either
you.
you did or you did not hear. Is it yes or is it?
Yes, I heard.
Yes.
At the bar, whilst at the bar, you heard. Thank you. Mr. Fosman, I put it to you that you are making up a story to frame Mr. Baldy for defending himself against your cousin.
If I wanted to frame Mr. Bond,
Yes
I'd have
or
said
no, Mr.
he
Fosman?
made the statement. I
Yes
said
or no,
somebody.
Mr. Fosman?
I'm not making up a story.
Yes or no? Thank you. Isn't it true that Dreadman is known for being a provoking person?
He's known for being a person who likes to chat up his mouth in a jovial way.
Sorry? Yes. Isn't it true that at all times John Baldy was being teased and made fun of? You did not see John Baldy lash out physically and attack your cousin, correct?
At first, he seemed as if
Yes
he
or
was
no, Mr.
comfortable.
Fosman? Yes or no, Mr. Fosman?
At first, he seemed
Mr.
as if he was-
Fosman, just yes or no?
Yes or no, sir?
I'm guided, my lady. Much obliged.
Repeat the question.
Mr. Fosman, isn't it true that at all times you saw John Baldy being teased and made fun of, you did not see him, John Baldy, lash out or physically attack your cousin, Dreadman?
No, he did not.
Isn't it true that no one intervened with the fight between Mr. Baldy and Mr. Dreadman?
It happened so fast, no one could have intervened.
Thank you, Mr. Fosman. Therefore, isn't it true that no one had to stop Mr. Baldy from defending himself against Mr. Dreadman?
I'm not sure what exactly you're asking me.
Lady, I have to object to that question.
Yes, sir.
The witness cannot say whether he saw someone act in self-defense or
Yes.
anything.
That is a question for the jury counsel.
I'm guided, my lady. Mr. Fosman, I put it to you that you claim to have witnessed the fight, but you didn't stop John Baldy because you knew John Baldy was soft and all his life he was soft and he needed to defend himself.
My lady, I must object once again, and I apologize, but my learned friend seems to be asking the witness compound questions.
Yes. That was quite a lengthy suggestion, counsel.
I'm guided, my lady.
Yes.
Mr. Fosman, I put it to you that you did not intervene to fight intervene in the fight because you knew John Baldy was a soft man all his life and needed to finally defend himself.
That's the same,
My
same thing, sir. You need to break it.
Oh, yes, ma'am. My apologies.
Yeah.
Mr. Fosman, I put it to you that you know John Baldy was a soft man all his life.
I don't know if Mr. Baldy was a
Yes
soft
or
man
no,
all his
Mr.
life.
Fosman? Just yes or no, no explanation needed. Just yes or no. Mr. Fosman, I put it to you that you knew within yourself that Mr. Baldy had to finally defend himself.
I don't know that.
I put it to you that Mr. Baldy did not physically attack Dreadman first.
I can't speak to that. I did not see how the fight started.
I put it to you that instead of Dreadman physically attacking Mr. Baldy, sorry, my apologies. I put it to you that it was instead Dreadman who physically attacked Mr. Baldy first.
I cannot speak
have
to that.
object. The witness has said on numerous occasions that he did not see the start of the fight.
Yes,
He cannot speak to that.
yes, yes, Council.
Mr. Fosman, did you sign a witness statement? No, Mr. Fosman, would you be able to identify a witness statement? Your witness statement?
Yes, I would.
How would you be able to identify it?
It bears my signature.
Milady, permission to show the witness is
For what purpose?
he had a few inconsistencies with his facts, and I just wanted to clarify.
So you need to confront him first, Council.
Pardon me?
You need to confront him first
Oh, so I can, okay,
before you can put anything to him.
that's one.
No, Council, remain where you are.
My apologies.
Remain where you are.
I thought it was because I brought the
Clearly. I'm simply saying to you, Council, that before you can show him the statement, you would have to lay the foundation in relation to what it is that you are saying is inconsistent. I didn't mean physically confront him. Yes, sir.
Mr. Bosman, you previously stated that upon entry of the round robin, you went straight to the dominoes game, correct?
Yes.
And did you take a witness statement? Did you give the police a witness statement on the 6th of January, 2023?
Yes.
Milady, and how would you be able to identify this witness statement?
You asked him that already, Council. I'm still asking you in relation to what it is that you wish to show him. You have to deal with that aspect of it first. He has said something here. What is it that he said somewhere else that you wish to challenge him on?
Mr. Fosman, isn't it true that upon entry of the round robin, you got there about 8 p.m. that evening and was in the company of a few friends and you immediately went to the bar?
My lady, I have to object once again. This is a compound question the witness can't answer.
I do believe that you are.
My lady, I beg your indulgence for just 3 more minutes.
3.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Much obliged. Mr. Fosman, I put it to you that upon arrival at the round robin, you went straight to the bar.
I previously stated upon arrival, I went to the domino table and later to the bar.
My lady, with your leave, may the witness be shown his
You
witness.
say in your statements, X, Y, Z.
I'm guided, my lady.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fosman, in your statements, you made mention, you stated that.
Did you?
Did you?
Ask the question.
In your statement, did you state that you were in the company of a few friends and you all immediately went to the bar to get some drinks?
You have to give it exactly as it is in the statement, sir.
Mr. Fosman, you stated that I was in the company of a few friends and immediately went to the bar to get some drinks.
As I said before,
Did you say that's in your statements? That is what he's asking you.
yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Bosman. Mhm. Mr. Bosman, I put it to you that you had many mixed drinks on the night in question.
I only had 2 drinks on the night in question.
Mr. Fosman, I put it to you that you drank so much Ray Nephew on the night in question, it was impossible for you to remember anything said or done on the night in question.
I drank 2 beers on the night in question. I was quite sober because I'm also a bar owner and I was at the event.
Yes or no? Well, Mr. Fosman, I put it to you that because you have a personal bias towards Mr. Baldy, you are stretching the truth of what really happened.
If I had a personal bias against
Yes or no, Mr. Fosman?
In an effort to move us along. Either you agree with the suggestion or you disagree.
I disagree.
Thank you, sir.
The defense rests, my lady.
Thank you very much, sir. Any re-examination? Counsel?
No, please, my lady.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, my lady.
Good afternoon, counsel.
May the Crown call its second and final witness, Detective Sergeant Brown.
Thank you. Yes, the witness may be excused from the witness box.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Since over 20 to 10 for each person. Yes, thank you. You may have a seat. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
So I'm going to ask you just a few questions. So please speak clearly and slowly for the jury to understand you, and pay attention to my lady's pen, as I'm sure she'll be taking some notes.
Okay.
So please tell the jury your full name,
My name is Rosalie Brown.
and are you employed?
Yes, I am.
What is your occupation?
I am a detective sergeant.
And what is your police identification number?
It is 2405.
And which station are you attached to?
I am attached to the Riverside District Police Station in St. John's.
And which department do you belong to?
I am attached to the Homicide Investigations team. I am the sub-officer in charge.
So Sergeant Brown, as it relates to today's matter in court, do you recall the 2nd of January, 2023?
Yes, I do.
At around 10 p.m., please tell the jury where you were.
I was at work at the station and I received instructions from Detective Ralph Dickens.
And having received those instructions, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you do?
I got a search warrant and I proceeded to the home of Mr. John Baldy.
This John Baldy, Sergeant, if you were to see him again today, would you be able to identify him?
Yes, I would.
Please look around this court and point him out to the jury if you see him present today.
He is right there in the blue shirt.
My lady, may the record please show that the witness, Sergeant Brown, has identified the accused, Mr. John Baldy.
Yes, so identified.
So, Sergeant, you said earlier that you went to the accused's home.
Yes, I did.
Where was this?
It is in Riverside District.
And who, if anyone, accompanied you?
I was accompanied by Detective Mark Diligent.
Now, what, if anything, happened at the home of the accused?
I went to the home of the accused and I saw him sitting on the porch with a mug in his hand. I introduced myself along with Mr. Mark Diligent and told him that I was here regarding the killing of Mr. Dreadman.
And did you find out where this killing took place?
Yes, it took place at Love Money Restaurant and Bar.
So, having met the accused and having introduced yourself to him, what, if anything, happened after?
I cautioned him and he quickly told me that I defend myself, the man drew a knife on me.
Now, Sergeant, you mentioned to us something about a search warrant.
What, if anything, did you do with the search warrant?
I told Mr. John Baldy that I had a search warrant to search his home, and he advised me that there was no need to search his home because he can direct me to the knife that he used.
And did he in fact direct you to where this knife was?
Yes, he escorted me and Mr. Mark Diligent into his home, where he retrieved a black handle knife from the kitchen counter.
Sergeant, if you were to see this knife again, would you be able to identify it?
Yes, I would.
My lady, with your leave, may the witness please be shown the exhibit tendered and marked number 6.
Yes.
My lady, with your leave, may the sergeant please break the seal.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, what is this item in your hand?
This is a knife that John Baldy gave me from the kitchen counter.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, having received the knife, what, if anything, happened after?
I asked him to provide me with the clothes that he used, that he wore on the night of the incident. And he went into a room and came back with a blue pants and a white shirt that was cut in the middle.
And Sergeant, if you were to see this shirt and this pants again, would you be able to identify it?
Yes, I would.
How would you be able to identify it?
Because I later put them in a clear paper bag with my markings.
My lady, with your leave, may the witness please be shown the evidence exhibited 7A
Yes.
and 7B. My apologies. My lady, may the witness please break the seal.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, what is this in front of you?
These are the exact clothes that Mr. John Baldy went into the room and provided me with.
And please show the jury.
So this is the black pants with the same tear at the back. This is the blue pants, sorry about that. And this is the same white shirt that I received. As you can see, there is a cut down the middle.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, Sergeant, having received the knife and these clothes, what, if anything, did you do with them?
So in the presence of Mr. John Baldy, I received 2 clear evidence bags, and I placed the clothes in one of them with my name, my rank, the name of the station, the deceased name, the description of the items, along with Mr. John Baldy's name and address.
Now, having done and collected all of these items, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you do after?
So I did the same thing with the black handle knife, and I cautioned Mr. John Baldy that he should not leave Riverside District, and proceeded to Love Money Restaurant and Bar.
Now, Sergeant, what, if anything, happened at the Love Money Restaurant and Bar?
So when I was at Love Money Restaurant and Bar, Detective Corporal Luke was already there investigating the scene, and he provided me with a sketch of the location.
And what, if anything, did you do after that?
After I received a sketch of the location, I went back to the police station.
So, Sergeant, on the 3rd of January, 2023, where were you?
I was at the police station.
And in relation to today's proceedings in court, what, if anything, happened on that day?
So I saw 2 people come in. They later identified themselves as Miss Pristine Man and Mr. Henry Fastman.
Did you find out who was Mr. Fastman, Sergeant?
Yes, he identified himself as a cousin of the deceased.
And what, if anything, did he tell you?
He told me that he was an eyewitness. He was there at the time of the incident.
And
I took notes as he spoke.
Thank you, Sergeant. And did you find out exactly who is Miss Pristine Man? You mentioned there was also a Miss Pristine Man.
Yes. So Pristine Man identified herself as the sister of the deceased, and I took a statement from her as well.
So you met a Miss Pristine Man and a Mr. Fastman, Sergeant. What, if anything, did you do after?
So I took Mr. Mark Diligent to Love Money Restaurant and Bar.
And what, if anything, did you do at this bar?
So we went to Love Money Restaurant and Bar. The purpose of that was for Mr. Fastman to identify where the incident took place.
And did he in fact point it out?
Yes, he did.
And Sergeant, you mentioned something about a sketch earlier today.
Correct.
If you were to see that sketch again, would you be able to identify it?
Yes, I would.
My lady, may the witness please be shown the sketch exhibited 3.
Yes. Sorry, Madam Registrar.
Now, Sergeant, please tell the jury what this is.
So this is the sketch that was done by that was done by Corporal Luke. I recognize it by my markings. And Mr. Fastman pointed out where the incident took place. It took place around the domino table area in the bottom right-hand corner.
So, Sergeant, how long were you at the restaurant and bar with Miss Christine Mann and Mr. Fastman?
We were there for about 20 minutes. The main reason was just to identify where the incident took place.
And after those 20 minutes, what, if anything, did you do?
We proceeded to St. John's Hospital.
And what happened there, Sergeant?
We went there to inquire about the deceased, Mr. Dreadman, at the accident and emergency section.
So having made those inquiries, what, if anything, happened after?
So based on the information that we received, we proceeded to Heavenly Funeral Home and Morgue to identify the body of Mr. Dreadman.
And was the body in fact identified?
Yes, it was identified by Miss Christine Mann and Mr. Henry Fastman.
And what, if anything, else happened at the morgue, Sergeant?
There was a post-mortem report done.
Pardon me, Sergeant?
There was a post-mortem report conducted.
And Sergeant, at around 12 p.m. on that same day, where were you?
So I took home Mr. Fastman and Miss Mann, and after that I went back to the station.
And once you went to the station, what, if anything, happened after?
I, along with Mr. Diligent, we went to the home of Mr. John Baldy.
And where was the accused?
He was sitting on his porch once again.
And having seen him sitting on his porch, what, if anything, did you do, Sergeant?
I went up to him and I advised him that he should pack a small bag with some items and also a change of clothing. And after that, I arrested him and charged him for the murder of Mr. Dreadman.
Now, Sergeant, having told him this, how, if at all, did he respond?
He was very callous about it. He just shrugged and said it had to be done or else he would be dead.
So, Sergeant, where were you on the 6th of January, 2023?
I was back at the station.
And in relation to today's proceedings, what, if anything, did you do?
I called in Mr. Henry Fastman so that he could make a formal report, and he did so and signed.
So, Sergeant, remember you spoke earlier about a knife and some clothing.
Yes, correct.
What, if anything, did you do with these items?
So I put the 2 items in 2 brown paper bags. I sealed them and I took them to the National Forensic Laboratory for analysis.
And when was this, Sergeant?
This was the 9th of February, 2023.
And once you received these bags, what, if anything, did you do with them after?
I provided them to an employee there and she provided me with 2 receipts. One is 0001/2023 and the other is 0002/2023. The first one being that of the clothing, the second one being that of the knife.
And having received these 2 certificates, what, if anything, did you do with them, Sergeant?
I held on to them until February 13, 2023, where I took them back to the laboratory. And in return for those receipts, they provided me with 2 clear evidence bags, each containing a receipt. And after that, I took that evidence back to the station where I put them in a locker that was assigned to me for that purpose.
Okay, well, thank you, Sergeant Brown. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you.
My lady, may I have some moments if it pleases you?
Yes, Counsel.
Sergeant, when did you collect these receipts?
I collected the receipts for the evidence.
Yes, the 2 receipts.
I collected it on the 9th of February, 2023.
Okay, Sergeant, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have no further questions for you, but I'm sure my learned friend may have some questions for you. If it pleases you, my lady, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you very much, Counsel. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, my lady.
Afternoon.
My name is Valentino Bo, and I'm cross-examining Sergeant Rosalie Brown.
Give me the last name, please.
Valentino Bo.
Oh, good.
Bo, B-O-W-E, Bo, like bow tie.
Thank you.
Oh, B-O-W. Very well. Thank you for.
Sergeant Brown,
Yeah,
I'm going to ask you a few questions. Please speak clearly and slowly so the jury will be able to hear you.
okay,
Sergeant Brown,
yes,
you said you were the investigating officer, correct?
that's correct.
How long have you been a police officer?
Quite some time, couple of years.
You consider yourself to be experienced in homicide investigation?
That's correct.
You agree with me, Sergeant Brown, that you didn't conduct proper practice and procedure, correct?
That's incorrect. I did proper research along with myself as
That's
well as
enough,
my
Sergeant
team.
Brown. Are you familiar with the Riverside Police District procedures?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that your investigations began on the 2nd of January, 2023,
That's
correct?
correct.
Isn't it also true that on the same day you went to the residence of John Baldy,
That's
correct?
correct.
You agree with me, Sergeant Brown, that Baldy told you that he was defending himself, correct?
He also told me that he killed.
That's enough, Sergeant Brown. Yes or no? Did he
Yeah.
tell you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay, thank you. Isn't it true my client gave you the alleged knife he used to defend himself, correct?
Yes, he did.
Isn't it true that my client also gave you the clothing he wore, correct?
That's correct.
You agree with me, Sergeant Brown, that my client was quite cooperative, correct?
That's correct.
You don't see him as a flight risk, correct?
He could be a flight risk.
Yes or no, Sergeant Brown?
He could be a flight risk.
Sergeant Brown, yes or no?
He could be a flight risk.
My lady, can you direct the witness down to the question?
Yes, Madam Officer, please answer the question.
Yes, he could be a flight risk.
You didn't see him as someone who would pervert the course of justice, correct?
Yes, he could.
Yes or no?
Yes, he could be.
I just need a yes or no, not yes, so he could. Just yes or
Yes.
no. Okay. You agree with me that you picked up the evidence on the 2nd of January, 2023, correct?
Picked up the evidence.
The evidence as it relates to the matter before court today. You agree with me that you picked it up on the 2nd of January, 2023?
I picked up a number of evidence on a number of days.
Yes or no, Sergeant Brown?
Which one of the evidence?
Sergeant Brown.
Counsel, there was an indication of several items, so perhaps you could be specific.
Sergeant Brown, you agree with me that you picked up exhibits, the alleged knife and clothes worn in the day in question, correct?
That's correct.
You also agree with me that you delivered these same items to the lab on the 9th of January, 2023.
That's correct.
You agree with me, Sergeant Brown, that holding items as long as you did was not proper practice procedure, correct?
It would be proper practice.
Yes or no, Sergeant Brown?
Yes,
That's all
it
I
is.
require. Thank you. You would also agree with me that biodegradable evidence should be taken to the lab as quickly as possible, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that you did not arrest my client when he told you that what he had done, Isn't it true that you did not arrest my client when he told you what he had done, correct?
He also told me that.
Sergeant Brown, yes or no? Yes or no, Sergeant Brown? Yes or no?
I'm sorry to object, my lord, but can counsel, my learned friend, ask the questions a bit more clearer for my witness, please?
Sergeant Brown,
Yes, sir.
my lady, can I?
Yes, sir. Could you just give the witness an opportunity to answer? Yes, go ahead.
My lady, my God, oblige. Isn't it true that you did not arrest my client when he told you what he had done, correct?
There is also something
Sergeant
that
Brown,
said,
yes or no? That's all I require of you. Yes or no?
Ramona, in an effort to move things along, can you just answer yes or no? Agree, disagree?
no, I did not arrest him.
I put it to you that you yourself believe my client was innocent, and that is why you did not arrest him, Sergeant
That's
Brown.
incorrect. No,
You agree with me that you could see the fear in my client's face, and that is why you did not find him guilty, correct?
Objection, my lord, speculation.
Yes, indeed. I agree.
Sorry.
That works. I put it to you that you yourself, you agree with me, Sergeant Brown, I put it to you that you left my client there because he voluntarily assisted you,
that's
correct?
incorrect.
Isn't it true that proper practice and procedure is to arrest suspects suspected of murder as soon as possible?
That is incorrect.
Sergeant Brown, I put it to you that you're supposed to arrest persons as soon as possible who are suspected of murder.
And I am putting it to you that.
Sergeant Brown, there was just a question, yes or no? Isn't it also true that even after my client admitted to committing the act, you broke proper practice and procedure right there and there, correct?
That is incorrect.
I put it to you that you did not arrest my client because you yourself believed he defended himself. And that is the reason you left him there, correct?
That is quite speculative, sir. That is incorrect.
It's a yes or no, Sergeant Brown.
And that is no.
My lady, can you direct the witness to answer the question?
Said no.
Okay.
She did say no.
Isn't it true that you did not properly secure the scene at Love Money Restaurant and Bar, correct?
Yes, we did.
Isn't it also true that as the chief investigating officer, your job is to ensure that Corporal Watson did his job, correct?
That's correct.
I put it to you that had you properly secured the scene, you would have come across further evidence, correct?
It was properly secured. That is
Sergeant Brown.
why a sketch was done.
Sergeant Brown, yes or no?
It
Yes
was
or no?
properly secured.
It was properly secured, yes
That's
or no?
correct.
Yes or no?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. You agree with me, Sergeant Brown, that you did not conduct further investigations to validate my client's claim of self-defense, correct?
Can you repeat, please?
You agree with me that you did not conduct further investigations to validate my client's claim of self-defense, correct?
That is incorrect.
Sergeant Brown, you also agree with me that you failed to secure evidence in support of my client's claim of self-defense.
That is incorrect.
You agree with me that you didn't interview any witnesses to support my client's claim of self-defense.
That is incorrect.
You also agree with me that when you returned to my client's home on Tuesday, the 3rd of January, 2023, he was still sitting on the veranda.
Yes.
Correct. You agree with me, Sergeant Brown, that you did not caution my client on the second occasion, did you?
Yes, I did.
Sergeant Brown, you did?
Yes, I did.
My lady,
Yes.
my lady, may the witness be allowed to repeat the question? Caution, the caution she gave the caution she gave my witness at the moment he was arrested?
You're asking her to say exactly what she said to the
Yes,
accused
my lady.
on caution?
Yes, if she cautioned, no, she didn't caution.
The question that you asked was whether she had cautioned you, and she said yes. So what are you asking her now?
Sergeant Brown, what was the caution?
You have a liberty to remain silent, but by court or by the judge's wishes, if you do not remain silent and you wish to speak, whatever you say may be provided as evidence, written down and provided as evidence in a court of law.
My lady, would you leave?
Yes, counsel.
Sergeant Brown, you agree with me that you were so comfortable with my client that you allowed him to park a bike before arresting him.
That's incorrect.
Sergeant Brown, you agree with me that this was not proper practice procedure to do this.
That
Correct.
is incorrect.
I put it to you that you knew this was a sloppy investigation from the beginning.
That is incorrect.
You said, Sergeant Brown, you would describe the Riverside District as a small community, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily describe it as such.
You said in your evidence that on the Tuesday, the 3rd of January, 2023,
Can you repeat, please?
you said in your evidence that on Tuesday, the 3rd of January, 2023, Mr. Henry Fosman and Christine Mann visited the station, correct?
That's correct.
You also said that you, along with Henry Fosman and Christine Mann, visited the Heavenly Funeral Home and more, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that both Henry Fosman and Christine Mann identified the body of Dreadman, correct?
That's correct.
I put it to you that Christine Mann was nowhere to be found, and you're making stop as you go.
Pristine man was nowhere to be found. What do you mean by that?
Pristine man was not at the Heavenly Funeral Home and Morgue. I put it to you.
So if I escorted someone to,
Madam, just answer the question. Yes.
yes, she was there.
I put it to you that the only Henry Fossman identified the body that day.
That's incorrect.
Sergeant Brown, are you familiar with the Love Money Restaurant and Bar?
Yes, I am.
If you were to see the Love Money Restaurant and Bar again, how would you identify it?
I would identify it as the sketch has depicted it.
My lady, with your permission, may the witness be able to leave her seat to indicate to the court where certain portions of the exhibit marked 3, my lady,
Asking her to identify certain places on the,
on the sketch, my lady.
yes, you may stand, madam.
Sergeant Brown, as the investigating officer, you would have been privy to certain information, correct? This information would have come from your subordinate, Corporal Watson, correct? Can you point to the court? Can you come on the other side, please, so everyone can see?
Yeah, sure.
Can you point to the court as the information given to you by Corporal Luke Watson, where any evidence was found pertaining to the matter at hand, pertaining to bodily fluids for Mr. Dreadman?
This is where they stated that the incident took place.
Okay. Thank you. One moment, my lady. Sergeant Brown,
Yes,
you just pointed out where bodily fluid evidence was found pertaining to Dreadman.
that's where the
not what she
incident took
pointed
place.
out. That's not what she pointed out.
You pointed out the incident that occurred, where the incident occurred in the matter
That's
before
correct.
court today, correct?
That's correct.
So why you didn't put it in your report, Sergeant Brown?
That is where the incident took place.
Why did you not indicate that in your report? You are the chief investigating officer, correct?
Can you be clear what I did not put in my?
Why didn't you put that where the incident took place was where it took place in your report? You just pointed to the court, but did not put it in your report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Sergeant Brown, I put it to you that you did not conduct a proper investigation, correct?
That is incorrect. As you can see,
Sergeant Brown, it's a yes or no
I did.
question. You did not put it in your report, but yet you pointed to the court today, correct?
and can you also agree that
Sergeant Brown,
Mr.
it's a yes or no question. You did not put in your report, but you were able to point it to the court and the jury today, correct?
I pointed out where the incident took
My lady,
place.
may the witness answer the question? Be it direct the witness to answer the question.
He's asking if you had put it in your report, madam.
That is where the incident took place?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
I put it to you that had you ensured that Corporal Watson had done his job, you would have effectively done your job, correct?
Everyone efficiently did their
Sergeant
job.
Brown, it's a yes or no question.
She has answered you, counsel. She said everybody did their job.
Sergeant Brown, and your job was the chief investigating officer, correct?
Yes, I am.
I put it to you that you did not do your job effectively.
That is incorrect.
No further questions, my lady.
Thank you, sir. Any re-examination, counsel?
No re-examination, my lady.
Yes, you may step down, madam.
Thank you.
My lady, if it pleases you, the Crown now wishes to close its case. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. All right, counsel, we will take a 10-minute break.
All rise. The court now rises for 10 minutes.
survive, but the courageous triumph. Members of the jury, this is an unfortunate set of circumstances for both the deceased and my client. Mr. John Bawley is the victim here. He was the one that was constantly abused and bullied. And the one time that he decides to go against his better judgment, the only thing left for him to do was to defend himself, kill or be killed. Members of the jury, we thank you for being here to help in the administration of justice. As prosecution stated earlier, my name is Valentino Bo, and alongside me is my counsel, Talano Horton, and we are instructed by counsel Deborah Thompson and Mr. LeVar Ferguson. We represent the defendant, Mr. John Bawley. Members of the jury, you have heard the prosecution's case about our client, John Bawley, but allow us the pleasure of introducing you and telling you who John Bawley really is. John Bawley is 41 years of age. He is a quiet man. He is a humble man. He is reserved and he's a hardworking man, a carpenter by trade and a fisherman in his spare time, a family man, a caring man, husband to his common law wife and their one child, their picnic. Members of the jury, this is a case of survival. Mr. Bawley was in fear for his life and afraid of an aggressive bully named Dreadman. You see, members of the jury, Dreadman was jealous of the unwavering love between the defendant and his empress, his paramour. There was no premeditation, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Mr. Bawley honestly and truly believed that his life was in imminent danger, and he had no choice but to defend himself, kill or be killed. Members of the jury, despite of what you may have heard from the prosecution about that dreadful night of Monday, the 2nd of January, 2023, the truth is that on that night, the accused was not the instigator, no. The accused was not the aggressor, no. It was the deceased, Dreadman, who made such advancements through his words and actions. I must admit, they were not easy words, because especially when he said them so loud that all were around to hear. Members of the jury, could you imagine how embarrassing this ordeal could have been for Mr. Bawley? I must admit, members of the jury, we all get mad sometimes. And we all have been humiliated or embarrassed one way or the other. But how long do we take being the butt of another man's show? How long must one endure? However, my client, he did not act upon those jokes. He ignored Dreadman. He walked away. First, Dreadman taunted Bawley about another man being the father of his child. Then, Dreadman, in the same vein, teased Bawley, claiming he was the father of his picnic. Let's recount the events that unfolded on Monday, the 2nd of January, 2023, on a casual night in the town. John Bawley went to Love Money Restaurant and Bar solely to watch the Domino's game, chill with his friends, enjoy the holiday. But what Mr. Bawley got instead was constant taunting and teasing by Dreadman, the same man responsible for spreading those nasty, trifling, and despicable rumors that about he and Empress. Now, Dreadman is no small man. He is quite bigger than Bawley and much taller in stature. Bawley thought and knew this man could inflict harm on him right then and there. After all, he had already threatened to end his life, and he had always bragged about carrying around a knife. Members of the jury, a sharp knife that was so sharp, even sharp would want to take rocket to moon. It is these factors that led Mr. Bawley to honestly believe that his life was in imminent danger. Dreadman was aggressive, and he, on more than one occasion throughout that night, tried to intimidate my clients. Not only was Bawley in fear, but he did what any reasonable man would do. He attempted to walk away on several occasions, by the way, to protect his personal space, to protect his peace. But the deceased could, and he would not accept this. He followed Mr. Bawley. and he continued to taunt and tease in a menacing and aggressive-like manner. But then Baldy did the unimaginable. Mr. Baldy did the unimaginable. He answered Dreadman back. For the only thing Dreadman thought, how unconscionable, how dare he stand up to me? How dare he say no to me, the father of his picnic? But Mr. Baldy walked away. He ignored Dreadman. But Dreadman followed him. And then Dreadman did what no reasonable man would do. He attacked my client, Baldy, draping him from the very clothes he wore. For it was Dreadman, as the big man he was, who threw the first blow. Mr. Baldy at this point honestly believed that his life was in imminent danger, that this man was going to kill him right there and then. However, Baldy did what any person whose back was against the wall would do. He protected himself. He was absolutely in fear for his life. He was absolutely in fear for his life. So Mr. Baldy, upon feeling Dreadman's knife touch his stomach, he pulls out his own knife to stab him, to defend himself. Today, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today, members of the jury, Mr. Baldy would not remain silent, although he has that right. He is anxious to be heard and to prove his innocence by taking the stand to say why he had to do what he did on the 2nd of January, 2023. He will subject himself to rigorous cross-examination by prosecution, and he will do so because he has nothing to hide. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies, Mr. Baldy will go into the witness box because he wants you to hear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You will hear from Mr. Baldy himself, who will give evidence that he was in fear for his life and honestly believed that his life was in imminent danger, that he had no choice but to defend himself against Dreadman. You will also hear from Donna Masters, who will further this point that John Baldy was defending himself against an attack from Dreadman on Monday, the 2nd of January, 2023. Members of the jury, the burden rests with the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt my client unlawfully killed Dreadman and that it was not self-defense. You yourself, members of the jury, must feel sure. You must feel sure that they have discharged such burden. As if they did not, ladies of the jury, my client goes free. Members of the jury, listen closely to the evidence as it is given by the defense, as it forms a part of the facts and issues for you to decide whether you believe the defense or you believe prosecution and their witnesses. Members of the jury, after hearing the defense's case and the evidence compiled with any other evidence you may have heard in this case today, the defense is confident that you will render a true and correct verdict of not guilty. Milady, with your leave, the defense calls its first witness to defendant, Mr. John Baldy. This evidence will be led by my learned friend, Alana Horton. Milady.
Thank you, counsel. Yes. Yes, the witness has been sworn. Yes, counsel.
Lady, permission to proceed?
Yes, counsel.
Mr. Baldy, I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and I ask that you speak as loudly and clearly as possible for my learned friends to hear, and as well for the juries and the assessors to hear.
No problem.
Can you please state your name and age for the record?
My name is John Baldy. I'm 41 years old.
Where do you reside, Mr. Baldy?
I reside in Riverside District, St. John's Parish.
How long have you been living in St. John's Parish, Riverside District?
I have lived there all my life.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Baldy?
I am a carpenter by trade, but I also do fishing.
Who, if anyone, do you live with, Mr. Baldy?
I live with my common law partner, Empress Hartley.
Mr. Baldy, do you recall the night of January 2nd, 2023?
Yes, I do.
Why do you recall that night?
That was the night that Dreadman attacked me.
Mr. Baldy, you said that Dreadman tried to attack you. Do you know a Mr. Dreadman?
Yes, I do know Mr. Dreadman. I've known him all my life, actually, from school. I know that he's a man that likes to pass remarks, likes to make comments about people. He likes to order people around.
Mr. Baldy, do you know where the Dreadman worked?
Yes, I do. Mr. Dreadman was a fisherman. I know this because he boasts about his shark knife. He said that when sharks see the knife, they take a rocket to the moon.
Mr. Baldy, you said that Dreadman loved to give man them orders. Did he give you any orders on the night in question?
Yes, he ordered me on multiple occasions.
And what did he say? What, if anything, did he say?
Well, the first time that Dreadman ordered me, he said, "Hey boy, when the game finish, go and collect the drinks them for the man them, and I will tell you who is the father for the baby that Empress is carrying."
And what, if anything, did you do in response to this, Mr. Baldy?
I simply walked away.
Mr. Baldy, when Dreadman made his first remark or first comment towards you, where did this occur?
This occurred under the Domino tent at Love Money Bar and Restaurant.
And while under the Domino tent, did you notice anyone else?
Yes, there were around 6 to 8 persons watching the Domino match, as well as Tom and Jerry were playing Bossy and Bentley.
You mentioned the name Bossy. Do you know Mr. Bossy's real name?
No, I do not.
Do you consider you and Bossy as friends?
No, I would not.
Can you describe the atmosphere within the Domino's tent on the night in question, Mr. Baldy?
Well, the atmosphere was very tense. It was very high energy due to the Domino match that was going on.
So after you said it was tense, what, if anything else, happened underneath the Domino tent?
Well, underneath the Domino tent, Mr. Dreadman was around one person away from me, and I walked away. I moved from his presence.
And why did you move from his presence, Mr. Baldy?
I knew that he would continue trying to taunt me, and I was simply there to watch the festivities occur.
You made mention of moving away from Mr. Dreadman. Was that the first time you had to move from Mr. Dreadman on the night in question?
No, that was the second time.
And how much times did you have to move from Mr. Dreadman on the night in question?
2 times.
My lady, sorry.
Yes, Council.
My apologies, my lady. I spoke out of turn.
Very well.
I retract that. Mr. Baldy, you claim to have, would you be able to identify the Love Money restaurant and bar? If you are to see it in a picture?
Yes, I would.
How would you be able to identify it?
I was there on that night.
My lady, with your leave, may the witness be shown the exhibit labeled as 3?
Yes.
3. Thank you. Much obliged. My lady, also, may the witness be allowed out of his seat?
Yes, certainly.
Much obliged, my lady. Baldy, Mr. Baldy, can you show us where you were standing the first time? Well, my apologies. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
What is this picture? Why do you recognize this picture?
This picture is the setup of the round robin that's up on that Love Money restaurant and bar on January 7th.
You claim to have been standing under the Domino table tent. Can you show the jury which tent is that?
Yes.
Mr. Baldy, you also mentioned that on a few occasions you had to move away from Mr. Dreadman.
Yes.
Can you show me where you initially stood before moving?
Initially, I stood behind this chair, watching the Domino game. And then after Mr. Dreadman made his first order towards me, I moved over there. This is where Dreadman followed me. So I moved around the other side of the table. So behind this chair.
My lady, may the record reflect that the witness has shown exactly where.
Yes.
Much obliged. After being followed by Dreadman twice, what, if anything else, happened? Oh, my apologies. Mr. Baldy, you may have a seat. And I'll ask the question again. After being followed by Dreadman twice, what, if anything else, happened?
Well,
The domino game continued and it resulted in a loss for Tom and Jerry. Bossy and Bentley had beat them in the match.
What if anything else occurred?
Well, Jerdman came to me and said, Baldy, go and tell the bartender to send the drinks with you. Tell her is your picnic baby father send you. Yes.
And what if anything did you do in response to that?
I simply ignored him.
Mr. Baldy, I would like to just take you back further. You mentioned that Mr. Dreadman placed orders towards you. How much orders would you have said that he placed towards you on the night in question?
3 orders.
And so far, you have given 2 of those orders, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Baldy, can you explain to us what occurred on the 3rd time he gave you an order?
On the 3rd occasion, Dreadman came to me and said, Baldy, go and collect the drinks. To that, I responded saying, why don't you collect them yourself?
Mr. Baldy, why did you respond to Dreadman this time?
Well, this was the 3rd order he had given me, and I had to stand up for myself, or else he would have continued ordering me around.
What if anything did Dreadman do in response to this?
Well, Dreadman replied to me saying, look how I give you a youth. I acting like you better for go get drinks. Look like you don't want to live to raise my youth.
And how did this make you feel, Mr. Baldy?
I genuinely feared for my life.
Being afraid, what if anything else happened?
I walked out of the tent. I exited the tent to get away from Mr. Dreadman.
And what if anything else occurred?
He followed me outside of the tent and he draped me.
Mr. Baldy, can you show us what draped means?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Baldy.
Yes.
After being draped, what, if anything, did you do in response to that?
Well, I released myself from his grip. However, he came at me again and gripped me tight. I pushed him away, and yes, I pushed him away. Yes, I pushed him away.
After pushing him away, what, if anything else happened?
Well, then Dreadman threatened me yet again, saying, you're dead now for true. And again, I further feared for my life. So in response to this, after he said you're dead now, before he said you're dead now for true, I felt something cold on my stomach and there was a rip in my shirt. And all I could remember in that moment was his knife that he used to boast about, the shark knife that sharks would see and take a rocket to the moon.
My lady, permission for the witness to stand and show exactly where he was standing when all of this occurred?
Yes.
Much obliged. Mr. Baldy, can you show us exactly where Dreadman draped you and you felt something cold on your stomach?
Certain. Was in this vicinity.
Thank you, Mr. Baldy. You may have a seat. Mr. Baldy, how did you feel when Dreadman placed the cold thing on your stomach?
Again, I was in genuine fear for my life. I thought I was going to die.
And what, if anything, did you do in response to that?
In response, I took out I pushed him away. After he came to me, then he made the threat, you're dead now for true. So I thought I was going to die. So I took my knife out of my waistband and I made a few swings, a few coward swings, just to deter his advances.
Mr. Baldy, can you show us the swings that you did, please?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Baldy. Mr. Baldy, you stated that you pulled out your knife. Can you explain why was there a knife on your waist during your visit to the Love Money restaurant and bar?
Certainly. I am a fisherman, and that was the knife that I used to fish. I fished that morning.
So are you implying that?
No.
Yes, I retract. Mr. Baldy, so you use your knife, the knife on your waist on the night in question for fishing?
Yes.
So would you consider such knife as a weapon,
No.
Objection, my lord. My learned friend is leading the witness.
Thank you. Yes. Don't leave the witness, counsel.
I am guided, my lady. Mr. Baldy, you mentioned having the knife. The purpose of you having the knife on your side was because you went fishing earlier that day, correct? Just to clarify.
Correct, yes.
Meaning. Yeah, I'm trying to, yeah.
And the reason I had that knife is it is a tool of my trade. I use that knife to fish.
Thank you, Mr. Baldy. Mr. Baldy, did you honestly believe that you needed to swing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Again, I was in Janine for my life. Mr. Dreadman threatened me twice. And as I said, I felt something cold on my stomach and my shirt ripped. So,
My apologies.
no, that's fine.
After swinging, what, if anything, did you do?
After swinging, I ran away, ran straight home.
And what, if anything, happened upon your arrival at home?
Well, when I went home, I stayed on my porch until the police officers came and they asked me whether or not I'd been in a fight at Love Money Bar. I told them I had. They told me that they had a search warrant and I gave them the knife that I used as well as the clothes that I wore.
Mr. Baldy, meaning that you gave them the knife that you use, would you be able to identify such a knife if you were to see it again?
Yes, I would.
How would you be able to identify the knife?
It was my knife. It was the knife I used to fish all the while.
My lady, permission for the witness to be shown what is labeled as Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Much obliged. Mr. Baldy, does this look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Why does it look familiar to you?
This is the knife that I used on the night that Dreadman attacked me.
My lady, permission for the witness to break the seal?
It was already broken.
Is it broken?
Yes.
Oh, it looked like it was still closed. Mr. Baldy, can you open up? Mr. Baldy, and you are absolutely sure that this is your knife?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Baldy, you also mentioned that you gave the officer a set of clothing. Would you be able to identify such clothing?
Yes, I would.
My lady, with your leave, may the witness be shown that what is labeled as Exhibit 7A and B?
Yes.
Much obliged. Mr. Baldy, you can open that up. Mr. Baldy, do you identify those clothing?
Yes, I do.
What do you identify them as?
I identify it as the clothes I was wearing on the night, January 2nd, at Love Money Bar.
Thank you. My lady, may the record reflect that the accused has identified his clothing as well as the knife used on the night in question.
Yes.
Mr. Baldy, after the officers left your residence, what, if anything else, occurred?
Well, the officers, before they told me not to leave the community and that they would return. On the next day, they returned and they charged me for the murder of Dreadman. I told them while they arrested me that I had to. If it wasn't him, it would have been me. He was trying to kill me.
So, Mr. Baldy, did you honestly and truthfully believe that you had to defend yourself against Dreadman or he would have killed you?
Yes, I did. I honestly and genuinely believed that I would have.
Mr. Baldy, did you have any intention of harming anyone on the night in question, including Mr. Dreadman?
No, I had no intention of harming anyone on that night.
No further questions, my lady.
Yeah.
Mr. Baldy, my learned friend would have some questions for you.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, please stay on the door.
Yes, madam.
My lady, with your leave, may I begin my cross-examination of the witness?
Yes, counsel.
Mr. Baldy, your shirt was ripped that night.
Yes, it was.
My lady, may the witness be shown the exhibit tendered and marked 7A,
Yes, Council.
the shirt. Mr. Baldy, please hold up your shirt to the jury.
No problem.
Show them the front. And Mr. Baldy, Mr. Judman's knife caused that rip,
Yes.
and you felt the knife close to your stomach.
I felt the knife on my stomach. Yes.
But the rip starts at the beginning of the shirt, no, not so?
Yes.
So a knife was placed at your stomach, and the cut starts at the top of your shirt.
Objection, milady. How can she say where the rip started? There's nothing that indicates whether the rip could have started from the bottom straight to the top.
But it's a question that she is asking. The witness can answer the question.
I'm guided, milady.
Yeah. Yes, Council.
And a knife sliced through your shirt, and you received no injuries on your stomach.
Correct.
So show the members of the jury the cut again. You would agree that this cut is very neat.
Yes.
There's no frayed edges.
I'm not sure what a frayed edge is.
It's not torn.
It is torn. The shirt is torn.
So because it was cut with a sharp instrument.
Yes.
And that's not how your shirt looked when you left Love Money that night.
This is how my shirt looked when I left Love Money.
Thank you, Mr. Baldy. So, Mr. Baldy, I would like you to listen to these questions very carefully.
Okay.
You never saw a knife that night. That knife. Isn't that so, Mr. Baldy? You never saw a knife that night.
I felt it. No, I did not see it.
Mr. Baldy, you would agree with me that feeling and seeing are two different things, not so?
Yes.
So you did not see a knife.
No.
And you never saw Mr. Dreadman holding a knife at you.
I felt when he pressed it against my
That
stomach.
was not my question. So you never saw Mr. Dreadman holding a knife at you.
No, I did not.
And you never saw Mr. Dreadman point a knife at you.
No.
And when he was throwing words for you, sir, you did not see a knife.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
When he was chatting up him out, you did not see a knife.
No.
And when you were tussling, you did not see a knife.
No.
And you demonstrated a drape. Where was his other hand at that time?
I did not see his other hand.
So one hand was on his shirt. So you did not see a knife in the other hand.
I did not see his other hand.
And you did not see a knife in the other hand.
Asked and answered, milady.
He didn't. Oh, sorry, my
He hasn't answered her question, actually. Yes, go ahead and answer the question, sir.
So you didn't see a knife at that time in his other hand.
No, I did not.
And when you pushed him off again, you did not see him with a knife.
No.
So you would agree with me, Mr. Baldy, that you were the only person with a knife that night.
No, I would not agree with you.
So you're trying to tell us that there was a knife that night because you felt something cold on your stomach, not so?
And my shirt was ripped by said object, yes.
And you can appreciate that there are a number of items that can feel cold on your stomach or on your skin. Not so?
Objection, speculation, milady.
My lady, I'm merely asking if he can observe or thinks that there are other items that can feel cold on his skin.
Yes, you can answer that question, sir.
Yes.
You are at a bar, maybe a little flask, a metallic flask.
A metallic flask wouldn't rip my shirt. No.
You are at a bar, your knife, Mr. Baldy, perhaps.
No.
And you said that you saw no knife, but you later told Sergeant Brown that Mr. Dreadman pulled the knife at you.
Yes.
But you just said that you did not see a knife.
But I felt the knife.
So you lied to Sergeant Brown when you said that he pulled the knife at you.
I told the truth. I felt a knife on my stomach.
You're lying to us now, Mr. Baldy.
I would never.
You're lying because you're trying to protect yourself because you knew you stabbed Mr. Dreadman.
That is incorrect.
You stabbed Mr. Dreadman, and now you're looking for a reason to protect yourself, Mr. Bowley.
Incorrect.
Mr. Bowley, you said that you had to stand up for yourself that night.
Yes.
And you knew about the round robin.
Yes, I did.
The round robin happens pretty often, not so?
Around every month.
So you're familiar with the members of the round robin?
I know a few of the people, yes.
And you knew that Bossy would be there.
I did not know that Bossy would be there.
But you knew that there would be players playing that night.
Yes, I knew a domino game would be played.
You know that Tom and Jerry would be playing.
Yes, I did.
And most importantly, you knew that Mr. Dreadman would be there.
I would have no way to know that, no.
Now, what is a jacket?
A jacket is a...
Not the clothing article, just to be specific.
Oh, okay.
In Jamaican parlance, what is a jacket?
Objection, milady, relevant?
Well, I believe that was the words of the deceased. He did say that he yes, at a picnic. That's what he said. Yes, the question is a proper question.
Deeply obliged, my lady. What is a jacket, Mr. Bowley?
A jacket would be described as a child.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, my apologies. A jacket would be described as a child born for a lady who does not belong to her partner.
And that night, Mr. Dreadman was making some comments about that, not so?
Yes,
Talking about him breeding your woman.
yes.
And Mr. Bowley, you could not have liked comments like that.
I'm secure in my relationship. They didn't bother me.
And those were not the first time you heard comments like that.
No, it was not the first time.
There were rumors going around like that for a while, not so?
Yes.
You said that you trust Empress.
Yes, I do.
You live with her, she's been your partner for some years.
Yes.
So rumors about your partner, 7 months pregnant, having another man's child not bother you?
No.
So you let your woman take that disrespect in front of so many people?
Objection, milady. How could she take the disrespect in front of so many people if this was said this wasn't said in the presence of Empress? So it's speculation.
Yes, what's your response, counsel?
My lord, the comment about Empress was made in front of multiple people. So I'm trying to say that he was defending her name in front of those persons as the deceased would have been spreading these rumors about her.
Yes, she's asking him about what he did. Go ahead, sir. You can answer the question.
Could you repeat the question?
So you could not let your woman take that kind of disrespect in front of your community.
But I had walked away.
You walked away. Let's talk about that. My lady, may the witness be referred to the exhibit marked 3?
Yes.
So, Mrs. Bowley, you told us that you moved from hair to hair to hair when Mr. Dreadman was talking to you, yes?
Yes.
And when he made those comments, you didn't move hair.
No, I did not.
You didn't move hair.
No, I did not.
You did not move hair.
No.
You remained and listened to his taunts.
I remained and watched the domino game.
You remained because you were putting your plan in action to stab and kill him.
I remained to support the round robin of my community.
And that's why you were so calm that night.
I was calm because I was watching the game, yes.
You were calm because you were planning how to enact your game to kill the deceased, Mr. Bowley.
No, I simply just like to watch dominoes.
Okay, Mr. Bowley, let's talk about dominoes. Mr. Dreadman used to like to chat up his mouth about being the top ranking domino player.
Not to my knowledge.
But he used to chat up his mouth about other things.
Yes.
About his knife.
Yes.
And Empress.
Yes.
And your jacket.
Yes.
And you did not like how he was so bossy.
I was indifferent.
You were indifferent. Okay, Mr. Bowley. You didn't like how he flexed.
No.
And you would agree with me that The most that Mr. Dreadman did to you that night was throw some words,
Threatened me, yes.
and words are threats, not so?
Accompanied by his physical altercations with me, yes.
And words cannot kill, can they? Can words kill, Mr. Baldy?
Not directly, no.
But a knife can, Mr. Baldy.
A shark knife, yes.
Just like your knife killed Mr. Dreadman.
Yes.
And so you ran home that night, yes?
Yes, I did.
You ran home even though you said Mr. Dreadman was chasing after you?
I did not say that, no.
Was he chasing after you that night?
I'm not sure.
So why did you run home?
Everything was happening so fast. I just wanted to get away.
So listen to this question. Did you run to the police?
No,
So you ran from the police?
no.
If you were so threatened that night, Mr. Baldy, why didn't you go and make a report to the police?
Well, as I said, I just ran home. Everything was happening fast. I just wanted to be in the comfort of my home and calm down and think about what's happened.
Think about what was happening. I'm suggesting to you that you were thinking about what you were going to tell the police when they came to visit you that night, Mr. Baldy. Not so.
I would not know the police were going to visit me. I did not.
You needed some time to finish up your plot so you would know what to tell Sergeant Brown when she came.
I would not know Sergeant Brown would come to my house. I had no reason to think she would.
And you also said that night you defended yourself from Mr. Dreadman.
Yes, I did.
You made some cowardly swings, not so?
Yes.
And we agreed earlier that you did not receive any injuries at all.
Not to my person, no.
Not to your person. My lady, may the witness please be shown the exhibit tendered in mark number 1?
Yes.
That's the exhibit, Madam Registrar. We post-mortem, sorry. I would like to direct you to, under external injuries, Mr. Baldy, you would see number 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
So just take maybe a little minute there for that. Just take it in, Mr. Baldy. So, Mr. Baldy, you did not receive a stab to your left chest that punctured your heart and your lungs.
No.
You did not receive 2 incised wounds to your upper chest.
I'm not sure what an incised wound is.
But you did not receive 2 wounds to your chest at all, 2 stabs.
No.
My lady, objection. The witness already said that he had no injuries.
Yes, and he has not said that he was stabbed. Yes. Yes, Counsel. Not sure what the relevance of those questions.
My lady, I'm just trying to show the intention of the accused in making the stabs, given the nature of the injury sustained by the deceased.
No, I'm not permitting that question.
Deeply obliged, my lord.
Yeah.
And, okay. So, Mr. Baldy, again, you were being wrestled and raped in front of numerous people, not so?
But lady, when...
Draped, sorry.
Thank you.
I apologize to the court. I am so sorry.
It's he and not us.
Much obliged, my lord. I deeply apologize to this honorable court. I'm sorry.
It happens.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Baldy. I got very excited. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That happens sometimes. Explaining it excited.
That day, Mr. Baldy, you were so fearful when you were being wrestled and draped.
Yes.
But you didn't ask Donald Masters, the correctional officers, to assist you.
I do not know Donald Masters.
That's okay. You didn't alert anyone else that a knife was being pointed at your stomach.
I was being grabbed. I couldn't.
And you didn't alert other people that you were being attacked.
Well, I was being attacked. I think they would see.
My lady, may the witness be shown the exhibit and exhibit marked 6.
Yes,
This is the knife. Can you please take out that knife?
No problem.
It's not a good idea to have the accused man handle the knife
Sorry. Yes,
for very obvious reasons.
Mr. Baldy, turn the knife a little bit. Turn it the other way. What is that 4-letter word there?
Chef,
So that's a kitchen knife. Not so. Not a tool of trade.
Objection, milady. That's a compound question.
break up your question, counsel.
Deeply obliged, my lady. That is not a tool of trade, Mr. Baldy.
it is my tool of trade.
So you're a chef,
As stated before, I'm a fisherman and a carpenter.
and that is a kitchen knife, not so?
It is a knife, yes.
A kitchen knife, not so?
I'm not sure the purpose of the knife. I know it's a knife.
So you bought a kitchen knife and not a tool of trade.
I bought a knife for my tool of trade.
You bought a knife to stab Mr. Dreadman.
No, no, no. I had this knife because I was fishing earlier that morning.
And there's still a red substance on it, no? Not so?
It's a pair, so yes.
It's a fair so. You didn't wash it off.
No,
So you went inside when you got home. Yes? Not so?
no,
You didn't go inside?
no,
You didn't make a cup of tea?
no,
You didn't go to get another knife and cut your shirt?
no.
Mr. Bawley, I'm putting to you that this was a premeditated plot. Premeditated plot.
It was not.
And this is why you were so compliant, Mr. Bawley.
I was a compliant because I'm just a compliant person. I'm just easy to get along with.
You were compliant because you went there with the intention to kill the deceased.
Again, I was compliant because the officers had an investigation and I would do what I could to help.
You wanted to get rid of the man who started the rumors about your jacket.
No, I did not. As I said, I'm secure in my relationship.
And Mr. Bawley, you accomplished what you wanted.
I did not want anything. I had no goal.
No further questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you
If it
very much,
pleases you.
counsel. Any re-examination?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be brief. Mr. Baldy, when did you first draw your knife?
I first drew my knife after I wrestled with Mr. Dreadman and after he threatened me for the second time.
No further questions, my lady.
Thank you, counsel. Yes,
I know that was it.
yes, next witness, please. You can step down, well, back into the dock, Mr. Bawley.
Thank you.
My lady, with your leave, the defense would like to call its second witness,
Yeah.
Mr. Donald Masters, and he would be examined in chief by Mr. Valentino Bo.
Yes. Yes. Yes, counsel.
Can you state your name and address for the record?
Name is Donald Masters. They call me Bossy. I live in Riverside, Jamaica.
How long have you resided in Riverside?
Since about 2021 or so, January.
And where are you employed?
I'm a correctional officer for about 10 years now.
Do you recall Monday, the 2nd of January, 2023?
Yes, sir.
What, if anything, happened on Monday, the 2nd of January, 2023 in relation to the matter before court today?
Well, as usual, it was a Friday night. I went to Love Money Bar. It was round robin, and they were having a domino competition down at Love Money. And the losers had to buy the winners drinks. So I went down to play dominoes. I was playing against two fellas they call Tom and Jerry. And I won my round. I won that domino game. So Tom and Jerry were supposed to buy us drinks, me and my partner drinks. But they have two guys around the domino table, one named Dreadman, the other one they call Baldy. And Dreadman, for some reason, always like to mess with Baldy, tease Baldy or whatever. And then he started telling Baldy that Baldy was supposed to buy us drinks.
You mentioned a Dreadman. Who is Dreadman?
Well, Dreadman is a Rasta man that's lying around by the bar. You know, he do a little bit of fishing and so on.
And are you and Dreadman friends?
No, I wouldn't say so. I know him from the bar. We exchange words every now and again, but that's it.
And you mentioned a Baldy. Who is Baldy?
Well, Baldy sitting behind there right there.
What is Baldy wearing?
He's wearing a blue shirt.
Okay. My lady, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Mr. John Baldy. What, if anything else, did you observe during the games, Mr. Mark?
Yeah, so like I said, Dreadman and Baldy always at it, and Dreadman was telling Baldy to go and buy us drinks, but I didn't pay them too much mind because they're always messing with each other. And then next thing you know, a man shout out, "Look, a fight, the man, them a fight." So I got up and went closer to see what was going on, and when I looked, the two of them were actually over there wrestling.
And how far away from the men were you when you said they were wrestling?
I was pretty close. I'd say maybe like 5 to 8 meters or so.
Okay. Can you point for the court in your estimation what you believe to be 5 to 8 meters?
Maybe the distance between me and you right now.
Okay. Well, lady, let the record reflect, the witness has pointed out to the court what he believes to be 5 to 8 meters.
Very well. Yes, all right.
And in your estimation, how long was the fight?
Well, they were fighting for about a minute or so, and then I see Baldy just run off.
And what, if anything else, happened next, if anything?
Well, after Baldy run off, I see Dreadman hold his chest, and he hold his chest and drop to the ground. And when he drop, a knife fall out beside him.
What, if anything, happened next, if anything?
Well, I just see Dreadman on the ground, and a man, I think they called him Fast Man, just went and pick up Dreadman and take him away.
You indicated that you saw a knife fell. Where did you see the knife fall from?
Well, the knife fell from his side, from Dreadman's side, like around his pocket area.
Can you point at the distance for the court where you were to the distance where you saw the knife fell?
The same distance, about 5 to 8 meters or so.
Was there anything obstructing your view when this happened?
No, there was nothing. No one was in my way. I could see everything.
Do you know what became of this knife?
The knife? No, I don't know.
Just to be clear, Mr. Masters, did you remove the knife?
Absolutely not.
Did you receive certain information in relation to Dreadman?
Yes.
And did you see Dreadman after that night?
No, never saw him again.
Do you have any interest in the matter before court today?
No interest, sir.
No further questions, my lady.
Thank you, Counsel. Cross-examination.
Yes, please, my lady.
Yes, Counsel.
Grateful, my lady. Mr. Masters, you are here today to assist the court by recounting what you saw on the 2nd of January 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a corrections officer, you are based in prisons.
Yes, sir.
And as a result of your job, you have a sense of responsibility to do the right thing.
I'd like to think so, sir.
You'd like to think so? Is that a yes or no, Mr. Masters?
I'll give you a yes, sir.
Right, and that's why you're here to assist the court.
Yes, sir.
Right. And to ensure that what happened that night comes to light.
Yes, sir.
Right. So moments ago, you said you were playing some dominoes. Moments ago, you said you were playing some dominoes.
Yes, sir.
Where was Mr. Baldy standing when you were playing dominoes?
Baldy was around the table.
And where in relation to you was he standing around the table?
Baldy was at my back.
And where was Dreadman when you were playing dominoes?
He was about just on the side, I could see him in my corner.
And from there, you heard when Dreadman was teasing Mr. Baldy.
Yes, sir.
And you decided to ignore them.
Yes, sir.
Because it was just some teasing.
They're always doing it.
Right, but you said at times, would Baldy get vexed?
Sometimes, but I never really paid them any mind like that.
And you would notice his face looking upset.
I'm not watching his face.
So how would you know he get vexed?
I would hear it when he answered.
Oh, so he answered. What did he say?
Not at that, he didn't answer that time.
What did Mr. Baldy say in response to Mr. Dreadman at any point that night?
Sir, they were just going back and forth, sir.
But you didn't hear exactly what he said?
No, sir. Can't recall.
So you noticed What did Dreadman say to Mr. Baldy when he was teasing him?
Drop in your voice.
What did Dreadman say to Mr. Baldy when he was teasing him?
Well, it was just something to the effect that Barley was supposed to buy us drinks. That's what I remember.
And that's all he said for the whole night?
Yeah, I'm not sure he said other stuff during the night, but I remember him telling Barley that Barley was supposed to go buy us drinks.
But you didn't hear when Mr. Baldy was making comments to Mr. Dreadman. You didn't remember those comments.
I can't remember exactly what Barley said to him.
And while you were playing dominoes, you heard someone shout fight.
Yeah, a man shout out, look the man, them a fight.
And you immediately left your game to see what was going on.
Yeah, I got up and went to see what was going on.
So just to clarify, you had a clear view of this fight?
Yes, sir.
And the view was completely unobstructed?
Yes, sir.
The lighting conditions were perfect?
Yes, sir.
And your view was unobstructed for this entire fight?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's discuss what you went over to see. You were about 5 to 8 meters away.
About that, yes, sir.
Were you at that distance the entire fight?
Well, after I got up and moved, yeah.
And you saw Dreadman and Mr. Baldy fighting, wrestling?
Yes, sir.
They were both holding on to each other?
Yeah, and firing blows and so.
Right. But you never saw Mr. Dreadman holding a knife?
No, I never saw him hold a knife.
Even at the distance you were at?
Yes, sir.
With your clear and unobstructed view?
Yes, sir.
Right. And you also didn't see Mr. Baldy holding a knife?
No, I didn't see any knife at that time, sir.
Even with your clear and unobstructed view?
Yes, sir.
And even with your close proximity?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Masters, you said that you saw a knife fall to the floor when Mr. Dreadman fell.
Yes, sir.
Given the distance you were at, and given you didn't see a knife before, could you have been mistaken that in seeing a knife fall from Dreadman?
No, I know what a knife looked like.
But you didn't know what a knife looked like in the hands of Mr. Baldy?
It wasn't in his hand.
Mr. Masters, as a corrections officer, you would have had to undergo certain training, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this training would have included de-escalating violent situations.
Yes, sir.
And given your experience as a corrections officer, you would have seen fights in prison.
Yes, sir.
And you would have known what to look for.
Yes, sir.
And isn't one of the things you look for in a prison fight a knife? Or to use prison term, a shank?
Yes, sir.
But you did not look for that on this occasion.
I didn't see it.
Right. Mr. Masters, you would agree with me that the fight between Dreadman and Baldy was a violent situation?
I would say so.
But you did nothing to de-escalate the situation?
I was just there to play dominoes.
Right. But you said earlier that you have a responsibility to do the right thing.
On duty, I was not on duty that night, sir.
So you only do the right thing when you're on duty?
So I just wanted to play dominoes, sir.
The question I asked you was, do you only feel a responsibility to do the right thing when you are on duty, sir?
Sir, I just wanted to play dominoes.
Sir, that is not my question. You're answering your question. Answer my question.
No, sir.
So you don't feel a responsibility to do the right thing?
Objection, ask and answer.
He hasn't answered. We're waiting on the answer.
He asked the question, sorry. Obliged, lady.
Yeah.
Mr. Masters, I will repeat the question for you. Do you feel a responsibility to do the right thing when you are off duty?
Yes, sir.
But you did not do it that night?
I didn't do anything with it.
Sorry?
No, I didn't do anything with them.
Right. But you would agree with me that maybe the right thing to have done would be to break up the fight?
Maybe.
What about calling the police? Would that have been the right thing to do?
I assume somebody else did.
You assume somebody. What about calling an ambulance? Would that have been the right thing to do?
So, well, Fastman, just come and take up the man.
Mr. Masters, I'm asking about you, not Mr. Fastman. Would you agree with me that the right thing to have done would be to call the ambulance?
I suppose so.
But you did none of those?
No, sir.
So would it be fair to say no, that you do not have a responsibility to do the right thing?
Well, if that's your view, sir.
Mr. Masters, I would like you to answer my question. Would that be fair to say?
What's the question again, sir?
That you do not have a responsibility to do the right thing, and that you did not do the right thing on January 2nd, 2023.
So I just observed the fight, sir.
Okay. Mr. Masters, you later learned that Dreadman died. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
And you learned that a man died after a fight you saw. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But you never made a report to the police?
Police never asked me nothing.
So the police need to come to you. Is that correct?
Well, I was waiting.
Mr. Masters, you never saw Mr. Bolly stabbing Dreadman.
No, I didn't see the actual stabbing, sir.
And the only time you saw a knife was when it fell from Dreadman.
Yeah, after Dreadman fall on the ground.
And when you learned that Dreadman died, you never gave a statement to the police.
The police never
That's
asked.
not the question I'm asking.
Objection, asked and answered, my lady.
He hasn't answered the question. Yes,
Grateful, my lady.
yes.
And when you learned that Dreadman had died, you never gave a statement to the police.
Well, not at that time, but I gave a witness statement.
You said not at that time. At any time, did you give a statement to the police?
Yeah, I gave a statement.
You did. On what day did you give that statement to
I
the
don't
police?
remember that.
And who did you give the statement to?
So I don't know. I gave a statement to somebody, sir.
So you just gave a statement. You don't recall who you gave it to,
I don't remember the man's name, sir.
but you're sure it was the police.
I'm not sure about that, sir, either.
Mr. Masters, you ever heard the saying, not a liar, have no memory?
No, I never heard that before, sir.
Mr. Masters, just a few more questions. You should be aware by now that this case concerns a stabbing. Yes?
Yes, sir.
And your evidence here today is that you did not see a stabbing,
Not that I saw a fight.
but you did not see a stabbing.
No, sir.
My lady, I have no more questions for this witness.
Thank you, counsel. Any re-examination?
Yes, my lady. Mr. Masters, a few questions. Were you on duty that night, Mr. Masters?
My lady.
Hear that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
I
question.
said, were you on duty that night, Mr. Masters?
Yes, what are you saying, counsel? You stood?
Yes, I will say it, my lady, that was not re-examination.
Yes. That's not a question on re-examination.
Mr. Masters, my learned friend indicated that your job as a correctional officer is a sense of responsibility. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And this night in question, why didn't you get to stop the fight?
My lady, once again, that is not re-examination.
I'm-
I must object again.
Yes, I didn't hear the question, counsel. The voice is a little muffled and I didn't. I'm sorry. Let's repeat the question.
So is it your job to stop fights in society?
Oh, and your objection is on the basis?
My lady, my objection was that was not a question in re-examination.
Yes.
My lady, I seek to clarify because my learned friend indicated that his sense of responsibility is to the community. His job as a correction officer, his sense of responsibility is to ensure that prisoners are kept in prison and they do their job as prison officers.
Give me the question again, counsel, because the explanation.
No further questions, my lady.
Very well. Yes. You may step down, Mr. Masters. Thank you. That's the case for the defense. That's the case for the defense. Is that the case for the defense?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right, so we will take a short break and return for closing submissions.
Minutes.
of legal integrity and equity. However, if my client is sentenced here today, it would be a clear injustice, and here's why. Ladies of the jury, today is a case of survival. In the beginning of their opening speech, the prosecution could only tell you. They could only inform you of what they believe to be the facts. I can tell you exactly what happened. Who is Mr. John Baldy? This is Mr. John. Let me introduce you to the quiet Mr. John Baldy. He is a man of humble beginnings. As a 41-year-old man, Mr. Baldy has never been arrested, charged, and sentenced for any violent crimes. Mr. Baldy is a family man. He focused solely on his common law wife and his 1-year-old child. Growing up in this community, he was never known for being troublesome. He was never known for being violent. He was never known for being aggressive. However, he was known for being a hardworking man. He's a hardworking, honest man that supports his family financially because he is a provider. Look at this man, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't look like he can hurt a fly. On the night in question, after working long hours before, Mr. Baldy came to the Love Money restaurant and bar just to enjoy himself, to watch what he loves the most, a domino game. He wanted to share the experience with other people, just to enjoy it, relax. This is his calm down moment. He could wind down. However, this was drastically interrupted by the verbal attacks of Mr. Dreadman. But Mr. Baldy didn't let this affect him. Mr. Baldy continued about his night, and it wasn't until Mr. Dreadman continued to harass Mr. Baldy that he decided to stand up for himself. And when he stood up for himself, he did not physically attack the deceased. He just merely informed the deceased that he was not afraid of him. However, the deceased did not take that lightly. That hurt his ego, that my client, the quiet, humble man that the prosecution witnesses described him as, stood up to the big, bad Dreadman. Dreadman threatened Baldy's life and immediately placed fear into his eyes. Dreadman draped up my client, and when my client tried to run away, Dreadman made it his business for Mr. Baldy not to escape. It was so impossible that my client could not loosen himself the second time Mr. Dreadman got a hold of him. And when Mr. Dreadman got a hold of him the second time, he produced a sharp knife underneath Baldy's shirt. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know you've heard before that Dreadman would brag about how sharks would take Rocket to the moon whenever they see his knife. Ladies of the jury, sharks, the top predators in the sea, if they are afraid, imagine how the frail Mr. Baldy feels. This was the only thing that Mr. Baldy could have think of when being draped up, and immediately my client was in absolute fear of his life. He was terrified. Before Dreadman could have swum, Mr. Baldy thought about his unborn child and not being able to raise it. So Mr. Baldy did what everyone would have done with their backs against the wall. Mr. Baldy grabbed the closest thing he could have, which was the knife on his side, and he reacted by swinging. And ladies and gentlemen, if I may add, the swinging was quite cowardly. Mr. Baldy did not know whether Mr. Dreadman was going to be struck by any of these swings, and he just used it simply for a defensive mechanism. Mr. Baldy reasonably thought that the cowardly swings were enough to take down the giant, big, bad bully, or at least stop him from attacking him. Keep in mind, ladies of the jury, in an area filled with persons, not one of them thought to stop the fight, and here's why. The crowd had seen when Dreadman drew his knife. The crowd seen when Dreadman was serious. He was in him joke himself. It was him joking himself. And the crowd wanted no part of a blade that even when sharks see it, they flee. Mr. Baldy looked to the crowd and not one person assisted him. Then he had nothing left to do but protect himself. And he thought, it's either him or me. Ladies of the jury, I don't know about you, but my life is precious. And I would have done the exact thing in order to protect myself. Furthermore, Fosman was lurking in the crowd with his posse that he had been seen with on numerous times throughout the night. Baldy fled the scene because he was afraid of what Fosman and his posse would have done to him for standing up against his cousin. Mr. Baldy ran home. He stayed there for the remainder of the night, where he was in utter disbelief of how he almost lost his life to some trivial act. And upon arrival of the police, Mr. Baldy did not once give them a hard time. Mr. Baldy, in fact, he was very cooperative. Mr. Baldy, after being left alone by the police, and Mr. Baldy, after being left alone with the police, did not flee the country. Mr. Baldy experienced two perfect opportunities, being left alone by the police and running home, where he could have run away. He could have run away and hiding. But guess what? He did not do it. And here's why. Mr. Baldy knew of his innocence, and he believes in you, ladies of the jury, to render the correct verdict. The prosecution made mention of the 3 Ps in their opening speech: planned, premeditated, put to cease, in place. The prosecution failed to say how it was planned. The prosecution failed to say how it was premeditated. The prosecution failed to make mention of how Mr. Baldy would have put Dreadman in place to kill him. Ladies of the jury, I ask that you beware of such inconsistencies with the prosecution's case. First of all, let's go through Sergeant Brown. Sergeant Brown, the head investigator of the criminal department, decided not to interview any witnesses in a heinous crime such as murder. Sergeant Brown said that she could identify the markings that she placed on Exhibit 3 because she placed it there. But where are the markings? Sergeant Brown received important information, important evidence on the 2nd of January and did not think to file it until the 7th of January, the 9th of January, 7 days later. Ladies of the jury, she failed to say exactly where she kept the evidence for those 7 days. Baldy said that he defended himself to Sergeant Brown on the night in question. Did she make mention of looking for a second knife? Why is that? It doesn't seem abnormal, especially for a 10-year veteran as Sergeant Brown. The investigation was biased against my client from the very start. Now that we have discovered some of the many inconsistencies of Sergeant Brown, let's move on to Mr. Fosman. Mr. Fosman said he heard someone say, "You're going there now." However, he couldn't tell you exactly who he heard that from. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies of the jury, the prosecution wants you to believe that he would have you believe that uncertainty should be evidence, which it should not. Fosman claimed to have went straight to the bar, straight to the Domino's table with no drinks upon his arrival at the round robin. He was certain, absolute certain, that he went straight to the Domino table when he arrived. However, when his witness statement he voluntarily gave to the police was put to him, and he was sure that he had in fact stated he went straight to the bar with some friends. He just brushed it over and said, I only had 2 beds. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies of the jury, Mr. Fossman never saw Baldy lash out at the deceased or attack the deceased. He claimed, Mr. Fossman also claimed that he attended the round robin alone. He claimed that he met persons there. His statement says otherwise. He went there with friends. And I'm not disputing the fact that he didn't meet persons there, because he did. And they all added to his posse on the night in question. Mr. Fossman didn't trust my client for a trivial reason: quietness. Ladies of the jury, I can see all of you are quiet. So does that mean that Henry Fossman does not like you as well? Henry Fossman claimed that he was at the bar when he heard, you're going dead now. But ladies and gentlemen, if you look at Exhibit 3, you can see that Love Money Restaurant and Bar is on the inside. It's somewhere that is closed. How could he hear someone say, you're going dead now, from the domino table that's to the bottom there, to all the way there to the Love Money Restaurant and Bar on the inside? Ladies and gentlemen, ladies of the jury. Ladies of the jury, my apologies. If Mr. Fossman could have lied for trivial things, unprovoked, imagine when he has a reason. And he has a reason to avenge the life of his cousin, Dreadman. After all, family above everything. Ladies of the jury, I humbly request that you do not accept such nonsense disguised as the prosecution's evidence. In order to satisfy murder, in its simplest terms, you need the prerequisite actus reus and mens rea. While my client isn't denying the act done, the prosecution, he has consciously proven that he had no intention of harming anyone on the night in question. The prosecution asked whether my client was a chef. I didn't know fishermen were limited to the amount of knives they could buy. Ladies of the jury, mentioned by both prosecution as well as co-defense counsel Valentino Bo, Mr. Baldy did not have to take the stand because the burden of proving lies on the prosecution. However, despite not having that obligation, my client bravely took the stand. And he took the stand for 2 main reasons and 2 reasons only. He wanted to prove to you that he is a man of innocence, and he had to defend himself, and that the righteous never falls. Because after all, who jobless, no man can curse. Proving self-defense. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, ladies of the jury, in order for self-defense to be accepted, there are 6 essential principles that had to have been present on the time of the incident. 1, that Mr. Baldy was attacked by Dreadman and was entitled to defend himself. 2, while defending himself, Mr. Baldy believed that the swinging of the knife was reasonably necessary. 3, Mr. Baldy drawing and cowardly swinging the knife was not out of proportion to defend himself against Dreadman, who drew his sharp, deadly knife. 4, in that moment of crisis, Baldy was not able to weigh to nicety the exact measure of his necessary defensive actions. 5, in that moment of anguish, Mr. Baldy did what he honestly and instinctively thought was necessary. And 6, ladies of the jury, if Dreadman had not attacked Baldy, then the issue of self-defense would not arise. The prosecution failed to prove this because their witnesses admitted to not knowing exactly who started the fight. He only saw when it happened. The prosecution has had unsuccessfully disproved all elements, which is why he, Mr. Baldy, is an innocent man. And by the grace of God, this innocent man remains in life, in the land of the living with us here today. In conclusion, the most gorgeous ladies of the jury. Once again, this is a matter of survival. I ask that you make it right. I ask that you make it right and you give the right verdict today here to prevent the crystal clear skies of justice from becoming cloudy. I ask that you prevent any shade that may hide the sunshine of fairness. I ask that you continue to uphold Jamaica to being the beacon of legal integrity and equity that it has always been known for. And if I have no further assistance to this honorable court, my lady, the defense rests.
Thank you, counsel. Ready, madam?
Yes, my lady. With your leave, may I begin my closing address?
Yes, madam.
My lady, members of the jury, Madam Foreman, thank you for your attentiveness during this trial. The defense has said that the accused did the unimaginable. But ladies and gentlemen, this is reality. We don't need to imagine anything. The defense has tried so hard to convince you that today's case is one of survival, of self-defense, that the accused had no other option, that the deceased was the aggressor and Mr. Baldy was bullied, that it was the accused who was the victim that night. But ladies of the jury, let me tell you what is crystal clear, how the Crown has proven our 3 Ps: planned, premeditated, and put in place. On the 2nd of January, 2023, Riverside District was alive with the holiday spirit of the new year. An advertised round robin was in full swing at the Love Money restaurant and bar. The atmosphere was electric, ladies of the jury. The community of Riverside District was engaged in a thrilling game of dominoes. Among them, the deceased, Mr. Dreadman, a fisherman with a love for dominoes, lively conversations, and kicks in. And that night, Mr. Dreadman, known for his mouth, was in his element, talking big, making his jokes. But ladies of the jury, little did he know that his jokes that night would set off a chain of events leading to his eventual collapse and fall. Little did Mr. Dreadman know that Mr. Baldy was playing his own game of dominoes, setting each piece into position. Ladies of the jury, the Crown stands before you today sure that we have discharged the burden of proof to show that the accused, Mr. John Baldy, is guilty of committing murder contrary to the common law. This was not an in-the-moment choice to defend oneself from danger. This was not a sudden or temporary loss of self-control. Instead, it was a well-thought-out plan for revenge, a set-up defense. Mr. Baldy, the carpenter, carefully has constructed his story today for you, ladies of the jury, much like a line of dominoes leading to the eventual collapse of Mr. Dreadman. Ladies of the jury, the accused had a clear, premeditated motive to kill Mr. Dreadman. That night was not the only night Mr. Dreadman teased the accused. You would have heard from before from Mr. Baldy himself that there were rumors going around the community that Mr. Dreadman had breed in woman, Empress. Rumors, ladies of the jury. Words. That's all that they were. But ladies of the jury, what man wants to hear that his partner, 7 months pregnant, was pregnant for another man? What man, as my learned friend, wants to be subjected to the trifling and despicable rumors around the community that his child belonged to another man? What man wants to be humiliated over and over by these jokes in front of his peers? Certainly not the accused. These rumors struck the accused in his heart, the apple of his eyes, his paramour, his empress, and the accused had enough. Listen to this, ladies of the jury. The accused knew that Mr. Dreadman would be there that night. He remained quiet at that table, not because he was unbothered by the jokes made, but because he was preparing to enact his plot. He remained strategically placed close to Mr. Dreadman under that tent. He did not move to another tent. He did not leave the bar. At the time that he was being chased and teased, he remained under that domino tent, ready to attack. He brought a knife that night to the Love Money restaurant and bar, and knowing that he could not hurt a fly, the frail Mr. Baldy brought a kitchen knife with the intention to kill the man who humiliated him with these rumors, to kill the man who gave him a jacket. Ask yourselves, members of the jury, who was the real winner that night? It was this first domino, ladies and ladies of the jury, that once pushed by Mr. Baldy, initiated the chain reaction of events that followed. The defense has based their entire case on this argument that the deceased had a knife. They are relying on the evidence of Donald Masters, a correctional officer. But ladies of the jury, you heard this witness's evidence himself. He did not hear anything related to the stabbing. He did not see the accused swinging and stabbing at the deceased. The most important part of today's proceedings, ladies of the jury, and Donald Masters did not happen to see it, 5 meters away, and he did not see the incident in front of him. There were so many other available witnesses, but instead, the defense chose to rely on the witness who saw practically nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, he is nothing but a witness of convenience. Donald Masters, a correctional officer, here to assist the court, a member of the armed forces trained to respond swiftly and decisively in the face of wrongdoing, chose not to de-escalate and separate the parties. Even more perplexing, ladies, he observed a potential suspect, the accused, running away, yet he did nothing within his power as a citizen or correctional officer to stop and apprehend him until the police came. He did not even go to the police and make a report. Instead, you know what he was focused on? He was too focused on winning that domino game. Imagine Donald Masters, an officer entrusted with maintaining order, neglecting his duty in pursuit of a personal amusement game. If we can't trust Donald Masters to maintain order, how do we trust him to tell us the truth today, ladies of the jury? The Crown maintains that the deceased had no knife that night. Even the accused himself said that he actually did not see a knife. Rather, he felt something cold on his stomach. Ladies of the jury, are we really to believe that every cold surface that we feel in our skin is a knife? Are we to believe that everything that something that feels cold like a knife on our skin justifies our actions to pull out ours and stab someone? The accused claims that he had to pull out his knife because all he could think about was sharks rocketing to the moon. But members of the jury, the accused did not call for help. He did not alert anyone that he was being attacked. No one intervened because at no point in time was he in danger. He was not afraid of any knife. He was not motivated by fear. But you know what he was motivated by? Dislike for Mr. Dreadman. Ask yourself this: who was the true shark, the true apex predator? The accused had no reason to believe that the deceased even had a knife, and the evidence speaks volumes. One knife, one kitchen knife deposited to the laboratory, one kitchen knife purposely brought to the Love Money bar, one kitchen knife used by the accused himself to kill the deceased. And let's say, ladies of the jury, that we were to believe the accused when he said that he felt something like a knife. If he really felt a knife, why later change the tune to Sergeant Brown and say that he saw the accused draw a knife? The accused, the star witness of today, can't even keep his lies straight, ladies of the jury. What this knife is ladies of the jury, is the second domino tile introduced by the accused. A trick, a ploy in his plot. Now, let's delve into the heart of the matter, the stabbing. The stab wounds that the accused boldly admitted to stabbing Mr. Dreadman. The stabbing which led to a wound in the chest of the deceased. The accused wants you to believe, ladies of the jury, that these alleged swings somehow transformed into precise and calculated fatal strike. Imagine the precision required that not only perforated and pierced the deceased's chest, but perforated his left lung and punctured the left ventricle of his heart. Could these movements, could those cowardly swings, are we to really believe the accused that those cowardly swings were wielded by the accused with the skill of an experienced surgeon? What is very significant is that in the aftermath, the accused himself emerged unharmed, unlike Mr. Dreadman. Unlike Mr. Dreadman, who sustained a wound to his left chest, 2 adjacent wounds, and an incised wound to his lower abdomen. The deceased, unarmed and without a knife, defenseless, struck not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 times, ladies of the jury. The accused, armed with a knife, intentionally unleashing a series of strikes on the unarmed Dreadman. This is not merely an act of self-defense, but a calculated plot to kill. This was the 3rd domino tile in the accused's plot, the false claim that he had to kill in self-defense. Ladies of the jury, you know what they say. Actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. And we cannot ignore the accused's actions that night. After the aftermath of the stabbing, he ran away. Instead of rushing to the police, what did he do? He ran away. He fled the scene. Ask yourselves this question. Why run away if you had nothing to hide? He knew that he needed some time to make up a story for the police. The sergeant also said that he was not sitting idly on his porch, but he sat with a mug, a warm drink. Imagine the accused with a drink in hand, cozily sitting on his porch, planning his defense. My friend said all 3 Ps are not crystal clear. Well, let me tell you about this plot. Mr. Baldy aimed his knife at Mr. Dreadman's heart, then ran out of the love money, ready to depart. Home he came as fast as he could flee, brewing tea, a facade for all to see. But behind the scene, a sinister scheme unfurled. As he plotted with precision, his intentions curled. With a chef's knife neatly placed in plain sight, he wielded another, cutting his shirt with the skill of the night. His shirt he wore a canvas for his plot, a cut so clean, like his stab, a deadly shot. Mr. Baldy cries self-defense, a tale spun tight, but we've seen through his guise all right. Each move rehearsed, each action calculated, put in place, planned, and premeditated. The defense spoke about the accused being compliant with the police at all times, but we have shown you, ladies of the jury, that this was the 4th tile in his plot, a calculated move. He was only compliant there because he sat on the porch making up his defense. The Crown is confident that the investigation in this case was appropriate and clear. It included 2 visits to the crime scenes, meetings with witnesses, a visit to the hospital and morgue, the identification of the deceased's body, gathering the evidence. Ladies, Sergeant Brown accomplished exactly what she needed to do. She retrieved the weapon of the killing, the accused's clothes, extracted a partial confession, and secured an eyewitness to the killing. The defense wanted Sergeant Brown, to question every Tom, Dick, and Jerry that was present there that night. At the very best, she could have spoken to Mr. Dreadman. But we all know, ladies of the jury, that was not possible. All this nitpicking done by the defense is merely a misdirection, not like the stabs that Mr. Baldy used that night, which he directed to the heart of Mr. Judman. The defense also asserts that Mr. Fassman's evidence is biased and unreliable. They want to convince you that because he's the cousin and friend, he would make up a story and fabricate facts before you today. If he wanted to be biased, he may have very well stated who said you go dead now. He may have very well excluded that he knew his cousin was to run his mouth a lot. He may have very well added in that he saw the start of the fight. If he were truly biased and wanted to avenge his cousin, as my learned friends are saying, would he not have embellished facts before you today? They further contend that this witness could not hear or see anything because he was drinking at the bar. But ladies of the jury, let us not be concerned with what he did not hear or did hear, what he did not do or did not hear, but focus on what he told you today. The deceased had no knife. He was not even wielding a domino tile, but it was the quiet Baldy who enacted his plan that night to end the life of the man who gave him a jacket. Ladies of the jury, as we stand ready to conclude the Crown's case and trial, let me draw your attention again to the critical elements that have unfolded before you. An intricate sequence of events, each domino tile representing a critical aspect of this case. 1. John Baldy's motive to kill Mr. Dreadman that night arose due to his desire to end the rumors. 2. There was only one kitchen knife used by the accused himself to kill the deceased. 3. The stabbing revealed that the deceased's wounds are suggestive of something beyond self-defense. 4. The accused ran away not because he knew that he was wrong, but that he needed to hide and concoct a story. 5. The police investigation was clear, revealing that there was no self-defense. 6. Mr. Fassman remains an unbiased and credible witness. Now, ladies of jury, as we position our 7th and final domino, the most crucial point of the Crown's case. Let this 7th domino be the final domino which topples over the premeditated plans put into place by the deceased, the culmination of all that has come before you today. It is here in this courtroom that the consequences of the accused's actions must be weighed and judged. I urge you to see the domino effect for what it truly is: a series of calculating events leading to the chilling truth. John Baldy is guilty of the murder of Dreadman. Ladies of the jury, I thank you for your time and attention in the pursuit of truth in this courtroom today. If it pleases you, my lady, this is my closing address.
Thank you, Counsel. Members of the jury, it is now my time to speak to you in relation to the law and to remind you of the charge before the courts. Mr. John Baldy, on the 2nd day of January 2023, in Riverside District in the parish of St. John's, murdered Dreadman. That is the indictment before the court, and that is the charge for which Mr. Baldy stands. You have heard the evidence in this case. I'm not going to repeat it. The evidence is clear, and it is very simple. The prosecution must prove that the defendant is guilty of the offense of murder. Murder is the intentional killing of another without lawful excuse. So the defendant does not have anything to prove to you. He does not have to prove that he is innocent, and the prosecution will only succeed in proving that the defendant is guilty if you are sure of his guilt. There are 2 main defenses that have been raised by the defense in this case. The first is that of self-defense, and the second is that of provocation. where there is evidence of self-defense, the burden is there is no burden on the defendant to prove that he was acting in self-defense. The prosecution must prove so that you are sure that he was not acting in self-defense at the time of the killing. The main issue for you to resolve is whether the prosecution has proved so that you are sure that he was not acting in self-defense. A person who honestly believes that it is necessary to use force to defend himself may use reasonable force to do so. And you may think that in this respect, the law follows common sense. If you are attacked, you are permitted to defend yourself. So the question for you to determine is whether or not Mr. Baldy, at the time of this incident, felt as if he was being attacked. If he honestly believed that that was so, then he is entitled to defend himself. It is for you to determine, after hearing the evidence of the witnesses, if you are satisfied that he honestly believed that he was being attacked at the time. If you do believe that, then your verdict must be one of not guilty. If you are unsure as to whether he was acting in self-defense, your verdict must be one of not guilty. The second defense that was raised was that of provocation. And it is said in similar fashion that it is not for the defendant to prove that he was provoked, but for the prosecution to prove so that you are sure that provocation is excluded. Why do I say that the case raised this issue of provocation? You would recall the evidence of the witness, and I believe also of the accused, that certain things were said to him by the deceased about whether or not, I think prosecution called it a jacket, whether or not the child that his empress was carrying was in fact his child or the deceased child. And the question for you to say and to ask yourselves is, having heard that evidence, do you believe that that was sufficient to bring him to the point where he could not control himself? And in that case, he acted out of anger, out of annoyance, loss of control. So was the defendant, by words spoken or acts done, suddenly and temporarily caused to lose his self-control? And if you are of the view that that is what happened in this case, then you must find him. There is an alternative verdict in relation to that, and you would find him guilty of manslaughter. If you are uncertain as to whether or not he acted in this fashion because of provocation, then your verdict must be one of not guilty entirely. So there are two verdicts open to you at this stage. You can find three verdicts, my apologies. You can find him not guilty of murder, and that is the end of it. If you are uncertain as to whether or not he acted in self-defense, it is not guilty. If you are uncertain as to whether or not he was provoked, the verdict is not guilty. If, having listened to the evidence, you are not satisfied that he acted in self-defense, and you are of the view that he intentionally killed the deceased, Mr. What's his name? Dreadman. Mr. Dreadman, then you must go on to ask yourself if at that time that he acted, if he was provoked, if those words said to him and the conduct of Mr. Dreadman as he was there at the bar in this public area with so many persons hearing, embarrassing Mr. Baldy. If you are satisfied that he did in fact lose his self-control, then the option for you is to find him guilty of manslaughter. If you are not satisfied of this, then your verdict is one of not guilty. Are we clear? So you can retire now to deliberate as to your verdict. I don't know. I guess they've registered. Madam Registrar, where do they go? Oh, they would, yes, that's must keep them in a convenient place. Yes. Okay.
So we retire with them and then. And all left well, do they have any time limit? That's all. You don't know.
All right. So we vote on this.
All rise. This court now rises for 10 minutes. Court is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Court Lady, please stand. Have the members of the jury arrived at the verdict? Is your verdict unanimous? That is?
Yes, it is.
Are you all agreed?
We are all agreed.
How do you find the accused John Baldy guilty or not guilty of murder?
Not guilty.
Do you find him guilty or not guilty of manslaughter?
Guilty.
Members of the jury, you say you find the accused guilty of manslaughter. This is your verdict, and so say all of you.
So say all of
Yes. Thank you. You want to go first?
I would like to thank you, Madam Foreman, and your members for arriving at the verdict that you have arrived at, and that I'm sure you deliberated long and hard and took a number of things into consideration. And I noticed that some of you have a few bruises on your hands, so you may have been fighting inside the jury room to have come to that verdict. I can't say I disagree with the verdict, because there were things that could lead you in that direction. Now, I would like to make a few comments about how the matter was dealt with. I'm going to say that in conducting a trial, counsel has the responsibility to outline for the jury a story and narrative. It must be done in an understandable fashion. Simplification of the facts. A murder case invariably is probably the most important case that a criminal lawyer can do, will do. And in so many cases, the facts in a murder case take place in a very short period of time. Sometimes a minute or less than a minute. The entire case surrounds what happens in a short period of time. But there's so much to analyze. And the analysis can lead you, as in this case, to a conclusion that the accused man is guilty of murder, not guilty of murder, or, as the learned judge had pointed out to you, provocation. And this is where now I'm going to attack all of the presenters. None of you dealt with the issue of provocation in your cases. None of you. Now, let me start with the defense. The defense has a responsibility to do what? To present your client's best case. Best case. Now, you may have looked at the facts and you would have noticed that the prosecution has, on the face of it, a strong case with the knife, the stabbing, one knife, etc. But then again, at the end of the day, if it is that those facts set out circumstances which gives your client an opportunity to the defense of manslaughter, that is part of your duty to see how best you can introduce that in your defense. In failing to introduce it, you leave yourself to one of the most horrible claims that a lawyer can sustain in the life of his practice. Anybody knows what that is? Tell me. Talk loud. No, I'm not hearing.
What did you say? Counsel's incompetence. Anybody know about that? Failure to put forward your client's best defense, because a man who probably should benefit from provocation, the jury help you out, gone to prison or gone to the gallows in some jurisdictions because of your failure to have put forward provocation and manslaughter. From the prosecution's point of view, you too have a responsibility to negative provocation. It was there. Where was the arguments to say that in these circumstances, provocation should not have been considered because we have produced evidence to negative provocation. That is the duty of the prosecution in this case. I would also want you to think about how you ask questions. And remember, very often the simplest question is the best question. Listen to this formulation. Simple words. Did you tell anyone? Right? Simple words. Did you tell anyone? Because now you're laying the foundation for a previous inconsistent statement. You read the statement, you see it's inconsistent, but the first question is, did you tell anyone? Did you say so and so and so and so? No, I did not. Question 2, did you give a statement to the police? You get it? You get the drift? Laying the foundation. Yes, I gave a statement to the police. Answer. In the statement that you gave to the police, did you say? See how easy it is? And I hope that you can take that little technique away from this experience. Did you tell anyone? Did you give a statement to the police? In that statement, did you? And you establish the existence of a previous inconsistent statement with the greatest degree of simplicity. Then you can use it to say, well, inconsistency between your oral evidence and the statement contained in the written statement. And those are little techniques that you can use going forward. Another point I'd like to make is that in cross-examination, you never ask a question that you don't know the answer to. You, as a trained lawyer with years of experience, like the years of experience you have as lawyers here today, you don't want to ask a question and be surprised with the answer and then you scratch your head and say, Lord, I never thought about that. Only ask a question that you know the answer to, or you can destroy your case. Self-defense. Self-defense entitles you to a full defense. And if a person acts in lawful self-defense, he or she is entitled to a full acquittal. Self-defense is something you probably could have addressed. And I think it's Solomon Beckford versus the Queen. Mr. Davis, am I right on that case on a leading authority? If Mr. Davis, the teacher, says I'm right on it, he is right. And what Solomon Beckford establishes is that honest belief. If you don't have an honest belief that you are acting in lawful self-defense, You don't have a defense. Remember, there's the argument about reasonable belief and honest belief and all of that fancy. And all it means, is that you believe that if you use a knife and stab in these circumstances, and you honestly believe that this was the way you should defend somebody attacking you with a paperclip or else, So you need to think about self-defense. Hopefully, finally, I'm going to make a comment on opening remarks and closing remarks. Now, opening remarks must not be predicated on what you regard as what the case is. The only remark essentially is say the prosecution intends to establish from evidence these facts. Think about it. That's what you're doing. So you may have read all the paper and say, boy, this is what we are going to, this is what it is going to be. But no. Opening remarks is about the evidence I intend to adduce during the course of the proceedings. The prosecution intends to establish that the deceased was a quiet-natured person and that the accused man had a violent temperament. And we will be looking, we have a credible account of what took place, what you intend to do. Opening remarks deals with that. Don't give your anecdotal approach of what you believe the facts are. This is what you intend to prove. Closing remarks now must deal with an analysis of the evidence that you have adduced during the course of the proceedings. That's what closing remarks are. The evidence shows clearly that. Evidence, that's what you must, that's why the trial takes place. Sometimes it lasts 6 months. It produces evidence that leads to a particular conclusion. So in your analysis, that is what you need. In your closing remarks, that is what you need to do. I wrote here that a question to John Baldy. And this is the question I wrote down. When Dreadman asked you to get drinks for the men them, how did you feel? Question 2. When Dreadman spoke about your woman who you were living with, how did you feel? Now, why is that question important? To establish what?
State of mind. State of mind.
State of mind. That is your, how you feel. You don't, who asked him that? In cross-examination, how you feel when the man said that about you? Because what it would establish, that he must feel angry. And if him say him don't feel angry, as counsel you rightly point out, it is not normal for you not to be provoked by these facts. But ask him so he can give you an answer. He might give you the foolish answer that it meant nothing to me. Give him a chance to give you a foolish answer. A question was asked. Did you honestly believe? You can ask a witness what he or she honestly believed. The question of honest belief is a matter to be determined by the tribunal. If you ask him that, we expect him to say, yes, I honestly believed. Correct? Don't ask that question. So, those are my general points. And in closing, what I want to say to you all is that you performed very, very well. Trim your arguments in such a fashion that you are concise and compact. Sometimes you do a beautiful job, but you do a beautiful job too long. So it reduces the effect of what you're saying. You know, I mean, I see some brilliance here, but I want to say you all did well, but I see some brilliance, and I say no more on that. Hone the craft, sharpen the craft, so that one day Mr. Fletcher can be proud of all of you. All right? Sorry, Mr. Fletcher, I'm a signer, and all of the other lecturers who are here. So those are the comments that I wish to point out, and I trust they will be of some value and use to all of you.
Thank you. I just want to add a bit to what my friend said, but let me first congratulate both of you. Both teams performed very well. And I hope that from this exercise, you will continue to strive to be great advocates. And that only comes with practice, practicing the craft. And in relation to the defense team, if I had a strap, I would beat you all. You had such a great weapon of a knife beside the deceased. I wanted to see you use it because your case is self-defense, but there's a knife next to him. What did you do with it? That is what, Madam Foreman and your members, that is where you need to go in your opening, in your closing, in every direction. So this whole thing that he felt in his stomach, it wasn't imagined. It was real. There was a knife. We can't say what happened to it. There was a crowd. Use what you have. And as Mr. Green said, you perhaps believe that the prosecution had a better leg. You had a good leg. You let the knife go. You left it on the ground where it was. You know, you have to look, when you have your case, you need to, I have a roadmap as a prosecutor. Before I start any matter, you look to see where you want to go, where that vehicle that you're driving, where it should take you. What is it? Who are the passengers in this vehicle? And you line them up. Yes? And you execute them. The other thing I in practice, I don't know if it was a crunch for time, but I find that defense, you try to cut off your witness even before they're completing their answers to you. I find that both teams did it. Don't stay on your paper because you have a million questions that you know what you need to ask. But what happens in a real trial at times, I have 22 questions, but based on the responses, I only need to ask 5. So you know where you want to go, and you still will have your tick-off process at the end. But don't stick to your questions so much that you miss a moment. And the art of it is listening, because every now and again, your witness is going to give you something, and you must be able in the moment to pivot away from your paper. Yes? So you guys, the defense, you had presence. The 2 gentlemen, you stood up and you started out strong, and I was there with you, but I wanted you to use what you have in your toolkit. Yes, so congratulations, you guys did well, but in going out, if you want to be advocates, those are some of the little nuggets that you take with you. And for the prosecution, I will leave the opening remarks for judge to deal with, but you also stayed too much to your script. And you miss moments when the witness is not answering your question, the witness is answering the witness's question. And there are 1 or 2 times when I saw, I forgot your name, you're able to say, know that you have answered your question, answer mine. Always ensure that the witness answer what you ask, because you will have a tricky witness like I remember his name, a tricky witness that will just say what he is here to say. And you must say, no, you have answered your question. This is what I have asked you. And allow the court, ask the court when you need to. Have him answer the question. And that comes into when you're addressing your jurors, you'll be able to say to them, you would have seen the demeanor of this witness when I ask him X, Y, and Z. Yes, because those are the things that goes into your big closing when you're closing, especially in front of our jurors. What you also had going for you, you had a lot of nice punch. After you throw in some good questions and I say yes and I write down excellent, I believe there was a moment where you backed during cross-examination. I have you trapped him, you trapped the witness, you trapped the accused. And his demeanor also changed because his voice got lower, he held down his head and you cornered him. Excellent. But then you sort of prolong an area that you did not need to. Yes? So when you line up your dominoes, know when to throw your double six, when to play the 5. And then you punch him out and tell the jurors you have nothing further. But you guys did well, but know when to hold them. Yes? So a lot of questions were asked that based on this case theory that both of you had. You didn't need to go there. From the defense, you had in my head about 5 or 6 questions in examination in chief. He should just be telling you, and as a matter of fact, for the police officer, this is where I would have gone with the police. He cooperated, you went there, but you wasted so much time going other places that you should punch out. He cooperated. And there's absolutely nothing the police officer could tell you that could assist the prosecution why they didn't take him into custody that night. Because if he was a suspect, why didn't you take him into custody that night? Yes? So don't be afraid to ask a question, even if in that little window, you're not sure what the witness is going to say, but you are very sure that whatever that witness is going to say will not assist them. It can only assist you. There's no good reason why someone is dead. A knife was handed to you. You have a shirt and somebody saying, yes, I did it. And you did not even take him to the police station. Absolutely no good reason could come from the police officer. So in all, what I'm saying is use what you have, put it before the jurors and exude confidence. Make them remember you. Yes, when they go in the jury box, when they're going in the jury room to deliberate, they must be saying, you know, that lady, that young man, make them remember you by using the nuggets that you have in your basket. And congratulations again on to both team and well, very good job. All right. Congratulations to both teams, but we must have a winner. So, by unanimous decision, the winner is the Hewwood Law School. And in closing, I will just highlight a few points, comments that I have. I find that when we are preparing for a trial, and that is from experience of being counsel, experience of actually sitting in a moot competition just like this, that we forget what the issues are. So we're so caught up in all the evidence that is before us. So when we're actually doing the examination in chief or doing the cross-examination, we're trying to get everything out, everything that the witness said. I don't know what relevance the round robin was, but apparently it was very important to you all. Perhaps it is that you're not accustomed to round robin in your jurisdiction, I'm not sure. But quite a lot of time was spent on what a round robin was, what it meant. That's not important. So the 2 issues that you had before you, no question of identification. Provocation, self-defense. That was it. So all your questions should have been, both in examination in chief and in cross-examination, should have been pointed towards self-defense, provocation. For the prosecution, you're disproving. For the defense, you are proving. Once you start from there, then everything else, like the dominoes, fall into place, right? I like that domino reference, by the way. I like the fact that it was weaved from both the opening to the closing. And I thought that a jury would remember that and remember the pillars that you used as well, your 3 Ps, whether you had the evidence to prove the 3 Ps or not. That's another story, right? Because I agree with the defense on that. The 3 Ps were nowhere there. But the point is that you actually did it. And I think that that was a good method utilized in order to keep the jury attached. There was a lot of evidence in the closing that was not evidence before the court. And under normal circumstances, a judge would have stopped you and it would have stopped your flow and it would have created quite a bit of challenge for you. So I'll just remind you that when you're making your closing addresses, you must refer to the actual evidence, not what you wanted it to be, not what you thought it was, but the actual evidence. In relation to the provocation, I will agree with both Mr. Green and Ms. Merchant. It was not mentioned in the closing, but the prosecution did ask about it. And the accused himself did say he didn't feel anything. He didn't feel anyway. So it was taken out and I wrote it on my piece of paper. Provocation is gone, but he didn't come back at it in the closing address. And I thought that that was a weakness on the part of the prosecution. Overall, I think you all did very well. I would say that just like Ms. Merchant in relation to the police officer, I'm about brevity. Less is more. So a police officer is a formal witness in this case. He didn't see anything. He doesn't know anything. So the only information that he had was in relation to the defense to say that Mr. Baldy did not run. And I found that the defense could have pushed harder in relation to that because that was the essence of his evidence. There was nothing else that he could have assisted you with. And similarly, in relation to the defense witness, there was a rushing in the examination in chief. It was rushed, and because it was rushed, you missed the important part about the knife falling to the ground. And given the fact that the accused didn't actually see a knife, that was critical. So overall, well done. Congratulations to the Hewwood Law School. Congratulations as well to Eugene Depuge. And thank you for having us and thank you to the jurors. Thank you. Yes, we are adjourned. Okay, okay, she said we must come.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, you're dead.
You're dead.
Court adjourned.
Esteemed assessors, Justice Tara Reed-Carr, Leonard Green, Senior Defense Counsel, Tamara Merchant, Deputy DPP, Madam Registrar, my very able and learned friends from the Hewwood Law School and Eugene Depuge Law School. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. On behalf of the Norman Manley Law School, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made the Margaret Forte Trial Advocacy Competition a resounding success. To our esteemed assessors, thank you for your time, expertise, and commitment to fairness throughout the competition. Your invaluable feedback will undoubtedly shape the future of our learned friends today and every student of the law school present and who tuned in online. To our dedicated participants, congratulations on your outstanding performances. Your hard work, passion, and professionalism have truly raised the bar for excellence in child advocacy. Special thanks to the witnesses and members of the jury whose involvement made this event not only possible, but also quite entertaining. Finally, to the audience, thank you for your attention. Your presence added to the vibrancy of the event. I think we would all agree that the 2024 Margaret Ford Child Advocacy Competition was a success. Thank you.
So from the side, wait, let me say congratulations to those teams and also congratulations to the Norman Margaret team. Are you all here?
So thanks for giving the vote of thanks. Judges, we thank you for being here, for your dedication and your time and contributing to this for the students. As I say to all the students who compete in Margaret Ford, it's a win-win for you because the training you get in this competition is what we wish we could offer to all our students. The level at which you performed shows that you were coached, really coached, and that's what we would like to do for all our students. That's not possible, so you really take away a big win from the respective schools. I want to say thanks to the coaches. It's a lot of dedication. Would the coaches from the winning school please stand? Thank you. Thank you. We know you spend a lot of time with the team and that your hearts are pleased today to see that they performed well. The coaches from the one coach from the Eugene Depuche Law School. And the coaches from the Norman Manley Law School. We also are assisted at the Norman Manley Law School by what we call a Margaret Ford family, which includes Justice Kirk Anderson, Mr. Joel Brown, Mr. Adrian Christie. Yes, lots of previous team members. And of course, Mrs. Seymour Johnson isn't here, but she's also a coach. I want to thank our coordinators. It was a lot of work. Mr. Robert Fletcher and Mr. Clyde Williams. This is the second year that we're having the round robin competition. Round robin has been the order of the day today, because as many of you know, we used to have a semifinal and then a final. But with everything in this world, with COVID and revisiting, we decided to have a round robin competition. So this is a new format, the second year. And of course, as we go along, we will tweak it. But I think that it has its pluses and it has its minuses, but I think at the moment we're going forward with it, at least for a while. So the first match was between the Eugene Depuche Law School and the Norman Manley Law School on Wednesday. Sorry, between Hugh Wooding and Norman Manley Law School on Wednesday. And we're told by the judges that the Hugh Wooding Law School won by 1 point. It was a majority decision. And then the second match was between the Eugene Depuche Law School and the Norman Manley Law School yesterday. And the Norman Manley Law School won that competition. And of course, today, the match is between Hugh Wooding and Eugene Depuche Law School. And the winner of the competition is the team that wins 2 matches. So the Hugh Wooding Law School is the overall winner of the Margaret Ford competition 2024. So congratulations to you. We knew you were coming at us and you did come. So congratulations. So let me first of all hand over the shield so that Principal Samaru, wherever she is, can see that I gave it over. because Mooting this year has won Lex. They've taken that from us and they've now won Margaret Forte. And I forgot to send the shield for Lex, but you've got it now. But let it be witnessed by all streaming that I handed over the shield. Can you bring it for me? Handed it over to the Mooting Law School. Congratulations. Now, I want to say something about it, though, before I hand it over. And I've told Mr. Khan, the shield reveals that Mooting won in 2010-11, Mooting won in 2011-12, Norman Manley won 2012-13, 13-14, 14-15, 15-16, 16-17. Mooting won in 18-19, Norman Manley won 19-20, 22-23. Mooting is winning 23-24. So we'll have the shield endorsed. There's one more spot on the shield, and the way the shield works is that it comes back and retires with the school that has the most wins on it. So we are expecting to have it back. So you can borrow it and you can take it over. The first shield did retire with Mooting, so we're very keen to have this one. So let's have picture moments, please, with the team. All right. And now we have some gifts for our judges, just tokens of our appreciation for the time. You can take them out, these ones, yes. Can you take them over to the judges? Thank you. We've had 3 matches, so we've had to have judges come and assessors come every day, so we're very grateful. It's not many law schools in the world that get real judges at their mock trials and senior lawyers in the director's office and also the head of the Advocates Association. We also want to thank our jurors. And we hear you sent a note to the judge, so you must have been taking this very, very seriously indeed. Thank you. So please hand those to the jurors for me. We also want to thank our registrar. She was very, very able. Registrar, are you still with us? Registrar, you're reading the brief? You can come out of role now. Back to Norma Manley. And then we have some gifts for the teams. These ones for the teams from the other schools. And you can see what you want to do with And we're also just going to give some of our tokens to the witnesses. Thank you. I know you had to, work hard with the teams to say the things they wanted you to say, and sometimes that didn't quite work, but you did your best. So the witnesses, oops, all right. The bottom dropped out, yes. You can just give these to the witnesses. No. The witnesses, I can see one. Yeah, if you're a witness, just come down to the front so we can. And the accused, and yes, all the witnesses are still here. And Mr. Balde, from yesterday, you got something yesterday, didn't you? We have lots of Mr. Baldies and lots of Mr. Dreadman. Thank you all very much. And the coaches from the other schools get the. So there's one coach, and then 3 coaches up there. The Mooting Law School coaches. Then for the Norman Manley Law School team, you don't usually get a prize, but since you didn't travel, we're going to give you a little token. Tom. Right. Oh, yes, we do. Yes, and where are ushers who work 3 days in a row and liaison officer? Here they are working as ever. So these are yours. Thank you, ushers. I promised them since Wednesday that I just save it for one day. Thank you, ushers. Thank you so much. Thank you for all your work. And at this point, I think Mr. Williams you have some gifts to give out, right? So I want to thank everybody again. I also want to thank the students who came out to support the teams. We have a couple more competitions left. Our team goes off to CCJ on Tuesday. And we are holding that the last two. So praying to hold it for the third, going for 3. And then some of our team members are here for Jessup, which we will go off to DC at the beginning of April. So it's a lot of work. And I want to thank all the tutors who work towards that. And thank you, students who have been involved. Thank you, judges. Thank you, everyone. Here you go, Mr. Willie.
Thank you very much, Principal Aina. On behalf of myself and Mr. Fletcher, affectionately called Fletcher or Robert, we would like to present a token of our appreciation for the effort all the team members have made in the Margaret Fort. I'm going to ask Norman Manley to come up and sit in the front as well, please, quickly. This front pew right here. So for all the persons who didn't win, just the participants, whether you won a game or so, but participants. May I ask the ushers to help me with this? So all the players in the competition, coming to the winners, will get one book. That's the Osborne's Concise Law Dictionary to take into practice. Yes. Everybody get it. Everybody get one. Norman Manley and Eugene the connection. We're sending a message. Check your legal meanings. And then now for the winners of the competition, each team member will receive pleadings without tears and boroughs on remedies for contract breaches, torts, and such like. One for each. And it goes to, of course, Hugh Woodin Law School. Thanks again, everyone. And again, we're sending a message. Reading maketh a good lawyer. Bless you.
So, all rise.
The sport is now adjourned.